Well, that doesn't look right. There we go, that's better. Welcome. Oh no, my Discord bot. The Discord bot died. And you know what? It might be because we just started the stream. Maybe my night bot hasn't caught up yet. Oh, there he goes. All good. Alright. Let's go do some quick weeklies. I say quick, but there's probably a few of them we have to do. And we'll be able to do some more training, because I have my Legion coins come back up. Early start again? Nah, this is my usual start. Oh, maybe like an hour earlier than usual, but it's not too different. Okay. Hello JH, welcome. Alright, let's start off with V Healer, I believe. Oh, there they are. I'm assuming you need Lu Will. Let's assume that I don't need any of it this week. My character is way too weak. It's way too weak. Maybe Lucid at best, but there's zero chance I'll do Will. Zero chance I'll do Will. I don't have the damage. Alright, I'm just gonna pop some buffs. Don't know if I have guild skills. Yeah, don't have guild skills. I don't have an Absa weapon. That's the problem. I only got 4 cores. I only have 4 cores. It's kind of griefed. Oh, you mean if you're talking about after reset, then yeah, should be good after reset. But before reset, it's doomed. Assuming I thought that's what you meant. No, next week it should be good, but this week is very bad. Let me just try to roll for a little bit of extra damage. Alright, nice. Let's go. That's a nice NX weapon? Yeah. I had it back when it was only for guns, because I was using it on my jet. Oh. Hello Shanks, welcome. Welcome Benja. Oh. Oh man. Is that purple? Oh, iframe. Man, it's always attacking me when I'm trying to ring swap. Alright, we're good. Alright, perfectly caught that string. I don't know if you guys saw that. That was a trick shot if I've ever seen one. She ate the altar. Oh. Do we cleanse? I mean, if I get caught by another one, we do. Oh, okay, never mind. We're full sending. We're cleansing. One more. Uh-oh. I caught one anyway. All good. I was trying to do a little bit of a mini burst. All good. Alright. I'm gonna try my best to ring swap back into this roll. All good. Double 4. I didn't know the timing. Oh. I'm on 2. All good. I'm on 3. Every time that I try to get closer, I like grief myself. I'm just gonna go to the corner. Oh, so much for the corner. I hope she comes here sometime soon. I'm just gonna assume she's getting hit by that because I can see her HP bar going down. That was probably the most scuffed burst I've ever done. All good. We might be in here for another 3 minutes. Alright. Don't worry, we're going down. I got it. Alright. We're gonna be here for a little bit longer than expected. Uh-oh. Oh. Do we have time? I get the feeling we do not have time. Let's just not. Let's not grief. It's fine. We'll be on 3. Oh. Kind of trolling though, because my raw burst was really bad. Get me out of the strings. Yes. I mean, we're probably out on my next burst in like, what? Some amount of seconds. I'll drop down to 2 just in case. Oh, there's a gas cloud. That's not good. Green. I want to go for a cleanse. We'll probably just do it after FMA just to make sure we get out. I won't raw, I'll just do like a... Just do like an easy one. turn off my monkeys. Where's the monkey? There it is. Hello, Jesse. Welcome. No one cared about the mechanics. Everyone's just healing fams. Yeah, everyone just hides in the corner. It's a lot easier for a lot of players, but I like to try to play in the middle whenever I can. Although, I will say though, for Cannon Masters, it's a bit weird. Don't really like having to like kind of think about where I'm standing. Big thanks for the informative videos. I appreciate you, your thanks. I'm glad that you found it useful. Alright. Which videos did you find informative in particular, or is it just in general? I always like hearing what people think about the videos, because sometimes it's hard to tell if people find certain videos more useful than others. Okay, let's go Gloom. I feel like I'm missing something. I was gonna check something. Was it the event? Yes, I have a lot of event points. Let's use these. Does the whole solo progression series? I'm glad you found it useful. Okay. I think I have everything on. Should be okay. Watched all 3 of them? Ah, I see. Yeah, I can imagine coming back from 2008. The game's definitely changed a lot. Is having 98% IED overkill? Only overkill if you went out of your way to get IED. If you happen to have like 98 IED, but you didn't like lose out on any of the other stats like boss damage and things like that, I think it's fine. Having a lot of IED on top of everything else is pretty good. It's only when you have too much IED but you have really low boss damage and really low attack, then it's not as good. If that makes sense. I think I jumped out of my roll. Jumped too high. Yeah, I absolutely jumped out of my roll. $410 boss damage. 99 IED. I mean, if it's with the event buffs, I think that's not too crazy. It's not the craziest thing I've heard. I'd say don't worry about it too much until after you get some more of your main items and pods fixed. Then you have a better idea. Come on, give me the ice. Nice. think my duo is running away from demons. What do you guys think? Oh, I'm running away from demons. Am I gonna train my Wild Hunter after? Probably. It's either gonna be Wild Hunter or some Xenon stuff, but I'm leaning towards Wild Hunter right now. Because it does good good money. Makes good money. Oh, please don't. No! I got hit by a ball while I was trying to ring swap. It's not worth stalling fragment gains for mask? Yeah, probably not. I think the only mask that's actually worthwhile, other than the Sunday ones, obviously, because you can pick, it's probably just the slime mask. I think if you're not going for slime mask, I wouldn't worry about it too much. You know what, if I picked up that chest on the side before I did that, I probably would have got out. Well, that works too. Having played so many classes, how you learn to play them so efficiently? Just keep learning, keep trying. Like, I didn't get good at my class until I started dying out of a lot of different bosses. It was a lot of trial and error, that's just, at the very least. I die out a lot. I just don't show it as much. It happens on stream every once in a while, but I'll just die out as I'm still learning how to play my classes and stuff. There's always something that can be optimized. Honestly, it comes down to just not only just dying out and learning from that, it's just like figuring out what's getting you killed at the same time. It's sometimes hard. I know some people have a hard time figuring out what they're doing wrong, especially if they are trying to figure it out themselves, if that makes sense. Let's go slime. When people are trying to figure out what's going wrong in their own bosses, it's very easy to, like, overlook things that you think are inconsequential. I'm just trying to think of, like, an obvious thing. Maybe like Will. Like, for me, when I was dying out of Will on my Xenon, when I was learning how to boss on that Xenon, I realized I was dying a lot because I was getting knocked around, and then I webbed out in P3 because I was getting knocked around. So I was just thinking to myself, well, how do I stop getting hit, stop getting knocked around like that? And it was just figuring out, like, the core issue. In my case, it was just, I was just not standing behind him. Then you break it down, it's like, how do I get behind Will? Oh, I can flash jump, but my flash jump is really big, it gets me killed. You just kind of break it down in, like, smaller steps. And then you slowly figure out what's up, and you learn from that. Alright, good to go? Should be good to go. Wait. Were there HP? What? What happened? What happened there? Okay, we're good. Please slime. I would like you to... Oh my god, of course it goes up here. My entire burst is pretty scuffed, but we don't think about that. Yeah, and a lot of it is to just kind of learning what different tools different classes have. You can't play all the classes the same way, obviously. I think that's pretty obvious. Oh, goodbye. I waited for them to see if they would go for the one next to me before I threw it into the gate. Uh-oh. Gonna attempt CRA for the first time this week. Ooh, exciting. Good luck. Hopefully you get enough symbols for your armor pieces. Also, how's the music level for you guys? I was recording yesterday for one of my videos, and I adjusted the sound volumes a bit. Hopefully it sounds okay. How you do the slime test for the boss? You want to just guide it to a gate that you've blocked. So I've blocked here the blue one, and my partner she's just gone down to make sure that the slime is going to go into the blue gate. So we're just blocking the ways where it can go, and it will just go towards the blue gate. As long as you make it go to the one that you blocked. I just stalled it here because my ringer restraint was not up yet. Otherwise, it would have came down a lot faster. Oh, did my ring way too early, but that's okay. So Queen, I think, is the hat, Von Bon is the top, Clown is the bottom, and Seavel's the weapon. Okay. Man, today is looking hella dry. What's going on? Nothing. Not even the boring stuff. No boring things either. But then again, we've seen a lot of slime rings, which is already pretty good. I think their slime ring's already 21, now that I think about it. Managed to solo E-Colors within 54 days of fresh solo prog? Yeah. That's pretty crazy. If you go pretty hard, it's probably doable. It depends definitely a lot on how much effort you're putting into. I think personally I wouldn't want to like try to push that fast. I think if I push too fast I get burnt out, or I feel like for me, because I'm trying to make content and trying to make videos, going too fast doesn't really make sense. And then besides, I need to like plan out a lot of my I plan out a lot of my videos anyway. So I can't just sit down and grind and just full send progression. Yeah, some people are pretty crazy. Like the speed that some of them have their progression at is kind of nuts. And then on top of that, if you happen to get lucky on star forcing events as well, you can make so much progress so fast. It's a bit of both. You put in the effort to get the meso, and then you get lucky with the meso. It's huge. Just Bishop and got to level 5 Moras. I think you can give it a good try. I mean, you got nothing to lose from trying, I think. Don't be afraid to just go in and see how far you can take the boss. I think that's my advice for anybody who's not sure about certain bosses. At the end of the day, if you have a general idea of your damage, can't really go wrong just trying out the boss. See what happens. I mean, if you die out, it's okay, because there's no cooldown anymore for attempts. So you can just try again. You don't have to worry about failing a boss and then having to wait half an hour or some nonsense like that anymore. All the bosses have no cooldown anymore. And they all have practice mode as well. So if you guys have the bosses unlocked, just go into practice mode. You can put on buffs for free. Just give it a go. Thank you very much, William, for teleporting me. Except Golix for some reason, yeah. Except Golix. Just non-KMS content, you know? Nobody cares about Golix. All you need to know, all the game knowledge to be able to progress fast, is you know what you're doing. Yeah. I think good planning goes a lot further than people would expect. Big support from Vietnam. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, for my prog series and stuff like that, a lot of the time in between my videos, when I'm not just obviously grinding for either money or EXP, there's a lot of planning that goes in, thinking about things like, how do I make use of any upcoming events? If there are no events upcoming, how do I make the most out of my time? But at the same time, I want to make somewhat interesting videos for people to watch, so it can't just be, I'm just gonna grind for like 50 hours. That's kind of boring, right? Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. I was just trying to take the little chest for a bit of extra damage for when we get out of test. Hard wheel's annoying? Yeah, when you definitely when you're learning. Once you get used to the boss, it's not too bad. A lot of his attacks are pretty predictable. Oh man, he's in the corner. Oh god. Yeah, I'd say learning hard wheel is probably one of the more annoying bosses to learn, just because you can't get to the other phases as fast. That was definitely a problem with me learning how to solo wheel back in the day as well. Okay, let's hope that that didn't mess up Tess. Prage. That was perfect timing on that jump. That was crazy. I think we'll be okay though. I think we'll be okay. I mean, worst case is just a little bit of extra HP. It's kind of whatever. The timing on that was amazing. It instantly flash jumped when the test happened. Oh, we're good. That's pretty funny. The events create too much FOMO for new returning players. The best way to treat events is that you gotta remember that the events are always on. there's always something on, so I don't see a point in FOMOing in something that's always going to be there, if that makes sense. Like, specifically for events, I think that because they're always going to be more or less the same thing, they always give you a lot of leveling stuff, a lot of EXP things, a lot of coupons, a lot of node stones, a lot of symbols. You know, it's always the same things. They're not going to change the stuff that they're going to give you in the events. So I don't think that it's worth FOMOing about it. I think somebody joined the other time asking if it was worth spending money, and then I was thinking, not really. I feel like a lot of the things they provide, you can get from other events, the next ones that you might be there for the whole time, stuff like that. So yeah, I try not to FOMO about things. I feel like the game is more fun when you don't think about it, and when you just remember it's a slow and steady game anyway. No rush for progression. You didn't get anything from that event? Yeah, it's fine. I think, as well, it's okay to, like... Because it happens when we just try to come back to a game. You just never know what you're going to miss out on, right? So I wouldn't be too hard on yourself. It is what it is. You are 239 right now. Do you think you finished a Hyperburn? Yeah, I'd say so. You get a lot of EXP from the dailies and a lot of the event stuff, and there's a lot of EXP vouchers you can use in the event, so I wouldn't be surprised if you could. I think from just dailies you get quite a lot of EXP. If you do all your dailies and then you get the EXP vouchers, you should be okay. You can use the vouchers on Hyperburn. Yeah, and Monster Park as well. Yeah, Monster Park is huge. Also, I wasn't paying attention, but my Lin just like straight up saved me. Did you guys see that? I was just AFK in the dragon expecting to die and just stood there. Crazy. What a support character. Who needs Bishop when you have Lin? I didn't get to the ring swap. All good. Thing. Crit damage. I thought you had an iframe? Nah, that was all you. I didn't do anything. I'm ready in 10 seconds if you want to do if you want to do your burst. We can do pretty casual bursts whenever you're ready. Or maybe after laser. Alright. I'll do one small burst and then I'll save raw burst for the next one. Burst. Let's just burst in 20. I'll burst with you. Just to get as much chip damage as we can. This is it is chip damage for me because I used a crit damage 4. Man, give me a real ring, guys. Why am I using a totaling 3 crit damage 4? give me a weapon jump. What's the effect behind you? That's the in memory of Jet. In memory of Jet. Alright. Oh, there's a dragon. How long did it take you from fresh account to first lib weapon? Like, I think at the time it took like a few years. Like maybe 3 years or something. The game was a lot slower back then as well. Took me a while. But now, like, I was able to solo prog from fresh to first black mage clear in about, I think it was like 8 months. So the game's a lot faster. It's a lot faster now. I will never not find it funny when someone dies in P3 of Lucid. I will never find it not funny. That is, I don't know. Something about dying in P3 Lucid just tickles me the right way. It's so funny. I've tried my, like personally, I've tried to die intentionally in P3. It's kind of hard. So it's gonna troll. XD. Last resort, you die. Yeah, that's happened to me on my Xenon. All right, what do we have next? I think it's just Damien. Oh, Damien and Dark now. Finally go around to do it. Do Threads of Fate. Yeah, Threads of Fate is pretty good though. Remember talking about Twilight Marks and Daybreaks? Both of them are used, yes. Are you good to go in? Yeah, Xenon gets both of them, it's kind of crazy. Have you had anybody steal pitch? Not from me. I've seen people get their pitch stolen. If I wasn't locked into Resistance as their class, I would want to play. Probably Pathfinder. Pathfinder or Phantom. But I'd probably lean towards Pathfinder more than Phantom at the moment. Where'd he go? Yeah, Twilight Marks are definitely one of the better items in the game. Like, it only loses out to a Berserk, and even then, it's a 22 Twilight Mark versus the 22 Berserk. Sometimes the Twilight Mark will still win, depending on the set bonus. That's how good the Twilight Mark is. I just jumped into all the orbs. With high-end drop gear, how many auto frags do you expect per hour? I'm actually not sure. Shah, if you're in the chat, how many frags do you get per hour? Because you definitely probably farm a lot more than me. I don't actually know how many fragments that you'd get. Your rates are bad? Oh no, not the bad rates. Apparently some people get anywhere between 35 and 40 per wealth. Which is like anywhere between 15 to 20 per hour. But there you go, somebody else says here they get about 20 to 25 per hour. Yeah. That adds up. Like, I feel like that's a number I've seen thrown around. Okay. Alright, we can do dark now. We've had a few where you hit 50. That's pretty crazy. 50 in 2 hours is nuts. Also just really depends on your kill rate, right? Because if Shax says that they're getting 18k an hour and they're getting 20 to 25, that seems to add up. Because 18k is basically like close to max, right? For some maps. Sounds about right. $18k-ish for you as well? Yeah. Sounds about right. Do you think Estella earrings are viable? 1 to 2 line drop got 36 instead. Estella earrings are only viable. I'll show you the exact setup that I had. Okay, it's gonna look something like this. Where are my Estellas? Here you go. So this was my item loadout when Estellas were usable. Because the thing is, it replaces your Golux, right? But Golux has, what? 30 ID, 30 boss damage? Which is, like, pretty insane. And the only way... What the heck? Yeah, you needed to have a lot of done pitch boss to be able to use Estella, because you lose out on the pitch boss. I mean, sorry, you lose out on the subset. So if you want to use, like, the belt, you need a lot of other stuff that can compensate for the damage. And in my case as well, I have the 2-set bonus as well to kind of help out. I still think that this loadout that I was running, I didn't have the badge at the time actually. Like, I think this loadout that I was using was still losing out to Superior. I just wanted to use this because I had the belt. But yeah, it's kind of hard. Alright, I think they're just putting away their items. Other than that, you can just use it for drop gear, like you said. It's hard to make it it's hard to make it usable. The subset just gives so much. Like 30 boss, 30 boss, 30 ID is so much. And a lot of classes don't actually have a lot of ID as well. So it's even harder for some classes to break it. But you can always compensate with your fams, but again, if you lose out on fams, you lose out on... If you swap your boss damage fams out, if you have them for ID fams, then you lose boss damage. What's the top totem? It's a legacy item. This was part of an old event. It's not that good for me. Because I'm a strength class, and I don't think this gets converted. Yeah. The Afterland totem is better than this, but... It's not that much better. I just like it because it's my legacy item. How much set? I'm on 8 set right now. I got the badge this month. It's quite nice. So I'm just missing Emblem now. Missing Emblem. Hopefully we'll get it sometime soon. But I haven't run too many runs of Seren, so... I can't really expect it anytime soon. Let's have a look how many Seren runs I've done. Yeah, I've run like 37. How long has this boss been out for? Like 2 years? The boss has been out like 2 years. I've done 37 runs. I was there when it released as well, so I could have easily gotten the 100 clears. It's just that I didn't really play the game as much. Thankfully, though, the emblem seems to be a pretty common drop as far as pitch boss is concerned. I feel like Emblem's one of the more common ones. So, here's hoping we get it soon. It'll be fun to be 9 set. Surprised your guild doesn't have Shuffle Totems? I think we do, actually. No, they have Afterlands. Oh, that's not the right person. We don't? I'm trying to click on this character. What am I clicking on? We don't have guild totems? Ah, all good. Got the emblem on the second hard Seren clear. That's pretty crazy. Alright, I'm just swapping to this. Alright. Three pitch boss in 1 month is pretty crazy. It's all good. It's no point being jealous. It's counterproductive. All you can do is just hope for your own one. Oh my god. I didn't see the thief. Sent me to the moon. Oh. All good. Pardon me. Oh, sorry, I've got a bit of a dry throat right now. And that was rude. I was just trying to ring swap. I'm just gonna stay dead. That was so rude. First and 35? Yeah, I'm about the same. Fake Arcane 4-set Abso better than 5-set Abso. I think the 5-set Abso is like marginally better, but it's not that big of a difference. But I'm pretty sure the Fake Arcane is like comparable. But if you have a real Abso, if you get a 17-star real Abso, it's probably better than the Arcane. Ah, nice. Oh, hello, Donnie. Welcome. Hello, Ela. Welcome. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Alright. Now that I don't need the CFE anymore, it's about to drop. Is that how it works? I have 425. Ooh, ring box. Please. I need so many different rings. I'll take so many different rings. You got a ring box as well? Nice. Please. I just want... Oh, wait. They got a ring of restraint. Wait. Wait, hold. Which ring? Alright, they didn't say anything. It's probably a 1. Raw 3? That's not bad. Alright. Where's mine? I'm looking for a weapon jump 3, weapon jump 4, or turtling 4. I'll take any of those at this point. Oh, it's a Crisis HF. It's so useless. Yeah, 4 already? Damn. So strong. Alright. Yeah, it's kind of tragic. I'm ring swapping a Turling 4 and a weapon jump. I mean, and a raw. Risk Taker 4. Some classes can actually make good use of the Risk Taker 4. It's actually quite a strong ring. I don't know exactly what it is, like, equivalent to. I think it's, like, worth about a raw 3. I think it's about as strong as a raw 3, if I'm not mistaken. If not, maybe a bit better. But you lose the buff if you get hit. So classes like Paladin, and classes like the hero classes that have Freuds, where they have 30 seconds of like invincibility, they can swap over onto Risk Taker and actually use that as part of their burst if they want to. It's quite good. Just really depends on the class. But yeah, it doesn't match against Ring of Restraint though, obviously. It's still a decent ring if you have Risk Taker 4. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Do I have anything to use this on? I'll use it on a hat. Whoa! That's an insane flame. Oh my god, could have put that on a real item. What have I done, guys? 96 and 6 is better than my current shoes. I did that as a joke. That is so troll. Of course. That wouldn't have happened if I put it on my shoes, though. Oh, that is so troll. I mean, I don't have anything that I want to flame with random flames, right? I would only use black flames at this point, because I'm too scared to roll over things. That is a little tragic. It's the easiest class to play. Dawn Warrior is pretty straightforward. I'm trying to think of classes that can also cover their weaknesses as well. Probably Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer should be pretty easy. I'm trying to think of ones that also have really good survivability and good mobility. Like Hero is good. Hero has a really good rush. Okay, I'm gonna start off with my my Xenon. I'll do like half an hour daily / farming. Can you give us an update on the Wild Hunter? The Wild Hunter video will be out later today, in about 10 hours. My latest update. If you can hold on for that. It is already out for my members. Just a casual member plug. You guys get access to my videos a little bit earlier. I don't have money to open, to change my Legion. Or my Hypers. But yeah, the latest video is out. It will be open to everybody at the end of the day, or at the end of my day. Okay. Got some pretty good progress on the Wild Hunter. It was just mostly recapping my DMT. And then we also have... Oh, I should have... I'll just do my grandest ones. I'll do my Arcane River ones later. Yeah. Oh, I'm so happy. The most important thing is I have Legion coins now. I was so poor on Legion coins. Let's grab a Legion wealth. I miss my Legion wealth. And we can also do the 3K mission. Yep. Nice. Are the 3x coupons from the event account-wide or character-wide? Oh! Wait, when does this expire? Is that today? Oh! Wait, that's today. Can I get far enough? Okay, well, I can claim these. What's this thing? Guys, I messed up. I didn't know this gave stuff. Ah, it is what it is. I guess I'll use it on this character. I should have put this on my Wild Hunter. This is what happens when I click things. You know what it was? It's because the coupon said transferable, so I thought the title was transferable. I didn't realize it talked only about the, I didn't realize it only talked about the actual coupon. That's okay. I mean, it's only 10%. It's pretty inconsequential. At the end of the day, it gives me damage for my bosses, so it's fine. It's not like it's pointless. It's just a bit of a waste. Only a bit. Alright. Let's see. I can use one of these MVPs. I need another 15-minute coupon. And then I'll do my dailies real quick. It's all good, guys. It's time to farm for about half an hour on this character. Get some good money in. Get some fams as well, just to restock a little bit. I'm running a little bit low on fams. Oh yeah, I don't have my vac pet on this character. Or do I just do my things on my Xenon later? I'm so... this vac pet, I love it, but I always forget to move it around. I feel like, though, I should probably push this Wild Hunter if the things are going to run out soon. My pots. I need to get to 244. I think I can do it. I think I have enough coupons. I just need to train for a little bit. Yeah, I think I might be able to do it. Let's see. I have those. What am I missing for EXP? Probably just the 3x coupons. Oh, wait. Sweaty stream. We'll see what happens. What's the combat power you can solve all C10 bosses? You can probably do it at like as low as 40. It'll take you a long time, but you can probably do it as low as 40. My battle mage, I cleared all of C10 at 40 mil. I think we'll be alright. I won't have any issues. I get a lot of EXP from these dailies. I can also do Tomato. I can also do Monster Park. There's like a lot of things that I usually don't do because I'm lazy. I just didn't think the pots expired today. I thought it was tomorrow. I didn't buy any Legion. Always forget something, guys. Always forget something. All my summons are on cooldown now. Can't kill H-Word at 64? I'm sure you can. It's just a matter of practice by the sounds of it. Whenever anybody tells me that they have like a good amount of combat power for H-Will and they can't clear it, it just comes down to practice. Almost every single time. Web out? Yeah, that just sounds like a practice thing then. You can do it. As in like, I'm pretty sure you have the damage to do it. Just a matter of practice. Any master day? I only just started training. Are you even able to buy all the Legion wealths? I only do the 30s. Now that I have my Wild Hunter set up, I can efficiently just do 30s between my Xenon and my Wild Hunter. I don't need to worry about like the 10s and 20 minutes unless I really care about like the EXP on the Wild Hunter. It's not a priority at the moment, but I can, yeah, I can do most of it just with the 30s. It's better for the coins as well. It's cheaper to get the 30s. How long does it take to roll for drop gear? I think across all of my drop gear, I think I average probably like 1 to 2 bill per piece. It's a lot cheaper as well if you do it on double miracle time and if you settle on just item drop or just meso. But because I went out of my way to specifically roll drop with stat, because I wanted to be able to train in like better areas faster, it can be a little bit more expensive. Which cube should you use? You use the bright cubes to tier them up, and then you use glowing cubes to reroll for the lines. I typically would not recommend most players going for hybrids early. It's very expensive and you might not hit, and you spend a lot of money on nothing. Good luck today. Thank you, Peter. Hopefully everyone's doing well. Now that the Sunday's over, everyone's probably taking a little chill, waiting for reset. I have a timer on my head. I have 10 hours to hit 244. But thankfully I should be able to get to 241.5, maybe a bit further, by the end of today anyway. And I have a lot of the EXP vouchers, so we'll see what happens. EXP buff in a minute? Nice. I'll go grab it from the town. Why is the timer? My mag pots are expiring. They expire in like... what is it? It's 20 after reset. So it's 16 hours. If I read that correctly. Yeah. I mean, I'll make it anyway. I was just... like, if I knew, I would have probably trained a little bit more yesterday. But I streamed for a long time yesterday, so I was kind of happy just taking it easy for the rest of the night. What towns can you get the buff from? Can you get it from Vanishing Journey? Where am I going? Thought it was 8 hours. It says 20 after reset. Pretty sure. Because right now, what's the server time? Server time is 4:30. I placed that so poorly, I'm gonna have to come back and place that again. It's a bit better. Not great, but it's a bit better. Yeah, 2059. Because I remember claiming it like just before reset on one of the days. Yeah, because right now it's 4:30 server time. And it will expire at 20 server time, so I have about 16 hours. We only talk about server time in this household. But it should be fine. I've been here for like less than 5 minutes, and I already did like 4%. I know I'm on rune, but it's all good. And I also faced my summon the wrong way. All good. It's okay. I have my summons to cover my mistakes. All good. How do you enable timestamps? I think it's in the settings somewhere. I check for you, but I don't know exactly where it is either. I think it's in the chat settings. Just train up some familiars today. I hope I have some more in my inventory opened. I mean, I have a lot of these shadows. I can just train these shadows, I suppose. Okay, have at least 2 extra shadows. Let's see if we can get through them. Okay, 241, and then if I finish all my dailies, probably get like 10-15%. Monster Park for another, like what, 20%. Tomato for another 30%. Yeah, I think I'll make it today. I just need to do all the EXP things that I'm usually too lazy to do. I hope that reaches. It looks like it reaches. What is today's mask? Is today the still the growth potions? Not bad. Growth potions are okay. I haven't gotten any today, but it's this one, right? No, the other one. Yeti. Because I got a few yesterday. We got 6 in 30 minutes. Jesus. That's a lot. Okay, it looks like by the end of the day I probably have about 1.5 to 2 bill, which is good. Slowly making back on money. I want to try to get to 10 bill before I decide to spend it again. Last time I was at like 5.5 and I spent. You know, it's a bit spicy. So I think the next one I'm gonna wait for. I'm gonna wait for it. I also should save up for my Abso weapon, which I'll get after reset. I'll get an Abso weapon. If I get lucky, I'll also get a shoulder. But most likely weapon, I'll get cape. Then I'll Star Force all my Abso stuff off event. Because I'll be able to probably do Hard Lucid next week. Or do 5% into Hard Lucid. Which is the goal right now, I'd say. Did I end up 20 starring the Sierra hat? I did. The Sierra hat did end up making it to 20. So it's sitting nicely at 20. 15%. I didn't have any money to coup it, but I don't really want to legendary it because it can be pretty expensive. And like at best I'll get 6% stat. That's you know, 2 bill for 6% stat seems kind of bad. I think I'd rather just save the money, try to go Star Forcing some other things. I think in 2 bill I could probably like 16, 17 star some Absos. Might be better to use some money than trying to cube it to legendary. Just gotta keep an eye on the fams. But this character is pretty strong now. I just need a few more stars. A few more 16, 17s on the Absols. And then, if I'm feeling really spicy, I could try to go for another 20 star. And then I'll be able to pretty comfortably do 5% in Lucid without spending too much time in there. Ideally, I don't want to stay there for too long. And then, if we get... I don't want to expect too much, but I can only imagine, like, getting an arcane armor box or something like that. That'd be crazy. Man, imagine the first run arcane armor box or arcane weapon box. Ooh. That's a speed run, if I've ever seen it. That kind of happened to my Xenon. But this character getting arcanes is... It's gonna take a while. Assuming I don't get any drops, of course. Hello, Christian. Welcome. It can happen, but I'm not going to, like, bank my progression around it, if that makes sense. I don't want to plan too much into, like, my future arcanes. Because I could, like... Usually when you have access to certain carries and items and stuff like that, you typically would avoid spending on items that are in the same spot. I'm just talking, for example, like the arcane weapon and Abso weapon. Like, I typically wouldn't want to invest too much in an Abso weapon if I can help it. Like, I wouldn't legendary it, because I know I'm going to replace it with a arcane weapon. But if I need to also balance it giving me enough damage for me to get into the bosses that give me the arcane weapon, if that makes sense. It's like a bit of a fine line where you want to make it good enough for it to achieve what you need, but also not over-invest it, so then when you do replace it, you don't feel so bad about it. It's a bit different. It was so much easier on my Battle Mage. That's what made my Battle Mage kind of fun, because I could full send on everything that I got. I was like, oh, I got a brand new weapon. I'm just going to send it to Legendary, because it's going to be the best thing I'm going to use for ages. But then I went to my Xenon and I was just like, man, I gotta actually plan this out. I don't want to over-invest in my gloves. I don't want to over-invest in my weapon. I don't want to over-invest into anything. It's a bit of a balancing act. But obviously, like, to be able to do that, you kind of have to have gone through it the first time. It's much easier on second and third characters when you can easily adjust how much you're spending. Whereas on your first main, I think in most cases it's just going to be a full send. You're just going to full send usually the first thing that you get, because it's not getting replaced for ages. Partial 260 at 15 mil. I think that's pretty reasonable, yeah. And just kind of hope for the best, see if you can get some drops. I think I probably would have done something similar if I didn't feel like going as far as I did on my Xenon. Curse Kaiserum dropped on your ABU mule, but not your 4 warriors? Oh my god. Yeah, I feel you. I had 2 or 3 different warriors as well. I had my paladin, my hero, and my Kaiser. And of course my Kana gets 2 Cursed Kaisariums. Tragic. The game knows. You got 2 on your Mihile? Can the Mihile use it? Isn't Mihile like a one-sworded? Like one-hand sword? Yeah, that's what, yeah, that's what I thought too. That's kind of tragic as well. Full send or the CM debate on heavy spending on the battle mage. Yeah, it's a bit harder on mules. You actually plan it a little bit better, especially if you're trading carries and stuff like that, and you don't know what to expect from their drops, and you don't have like a clear plan. It's a bit different for mules, but for mains, it's a bit easier. Probably gonna level up by the end of this coupon, hopefully. Already at 97%. And then I think after this coupon, I need to quickly calculate and check how many coupons I have and how much I need to spend. Probably do my dailies after this, and then we'll see where it goes from there. How do I get back into MapleStory? I guess it just depends on your goal with the game. Do you have a particular goal when it comes to MapleStory? Or do you just like the idea of just playing a bunch of characters and trying the new content? I think, regardless of your answer, the first thing is just picking a class that you like. Have a look around, see how some classes train, like you're watching like my Wild Hunter for example. Training is a big part of the game, so I actually do recommend having a look at people play their classes, because training is so important. And then have a look at how the class plays, maybe it's aesthetics, depending on what you like. And then just, if you haven't hyperburn something, make it your hyperburn. And then just run it in and see how you like it. If you are more looking for like how to approach the game, I can recommend my Battle Mage progression, because I think the core concepts are kind of there. It'd be hard to like copy it, obviously, because the events are different. The circumstances of the account might be a little bit different, but you could use my Battle Mage progression as a bit of a guideline, where I kind of talk about the things that I do and the things that I think about when I go through the early game, or early stages of the game. But yeah, if it starts off by picking a character that you like, or you like the feel of, playing it through, and then you start working on a lot of different account things. You start making your links, you start making your legion, you slowly build up your damage gear and your meso gear, all that sort of stuff. There's a lot of things that you can stop and start, is what I'm saying. If you are 100% lost on what to do, it can never hurt making link skills. Like, just make yourself a Demon Avenger or a Kana, get it to level 70, and then just try out another class. Just do that. Level 70, I think, for a lot of players is like pretty non-committal. I think that's when you kind of know whether or not you like this sort of game. And I think you definitely find out by the time you hit level 70, because it's a bit of a rut. I'm not gonna lie, like the early levels are pretty slow. And I say level 70 because you only need one level 1 link skill. You don't need to push level 2. Early on, getting to level 2 is kind of tedious. Going from 0 to 120 on a fresh character it's kind of painful at the beginning. I lack consistency in playing. That's fine. I think that's fine. Just slow and steady. You get to level 200 and then you can always just log in to do dailies if you can be bothered. If you feel like it. Maybe do some event things. You know. It's not that big of a deal. That's the nice thing about modern Maple right now is that you can stop and start whenever you like. There's always going to be events on that give you stuff, and there's always going to be, you know, ways for you to catch up, so to speak, or like try to catch up to the newer content. There we go, 241. How do I stay playing the game? For me, it kind of came down to setting myself goals that I was happy going for. I think if you set yourself a closer goal, a lot of people might be like, oh, you know, I want to try to get to Black Mage, but that's such a far and broad goal. Maybe if you set something like, I want to clear Chaos Zachem, it might be a little bit easier to attain, for example. Like then you know, okay, what are some of the small things that I can do that gives me enough damage to try to clear Chaos Zachem, for example. Yeah, like setting yourself smaller goals really does help. Because it can be very overwhelming thinking like, I need to make drop Meso Gear. And then you're just like, oh, well, then I need like so many things and you overwhelm yourself. That's what happened to me when I was like, I need to make Meso Gear. It's like, damn. I don't even really know how to get started. Like on my Wild Hunter, I was legitimately like, how do I even make my Meso Gear? I have no event rings. Now I have to think about too many things. But then just try to break it down a little bit. It's like, okay, let's try to get the earring first. One step at a time. Let's get the earrings first, and then, you know, get the pendants, then get the rings. Just make it smaller. It's bad that I'm 276 and have no zero character. Well, I mean, you're talking to somebody that doesn't even do Monster Park Extreme, so that's my opinion on EXP. But for what it's worth, though, the zero is pretty okay. The story isn't that bad. It's a little bit tedious, but it's not that bad. Just done pre-modern MTG format, undefeated with Merfolk. Damn, this guy's crazy. Is it worth liberating the Kaiserium sword on a hero? If you're currently using an Absolab and you want to have some fun and not use an arcane weapon, you can consider it. Because what you do is that you can 21 or 22 star a Pensilia two-hand sword, and then you transfer it over onto your Kaiserium and you just leave it. So you leave your Kaiserium either at 21 or 20, and you just use that until you liberate, like with a Genesis weapon. The weapon is pretty good. I would do it entirely for flex. You know, 21 or 22 star a sword. If you really, like, are scared of star forcing, it's completely okay to just settle on a 21 Pensilia weapon, make sure it's two-handed, transfer it over onto the Kaiserium, and then just use the Kaiserium until you clear Black Mage. I'm not even joking. Like that is something you can definitely do, and it saves you from going for an arcane weapon completely. And it's also kind of fun. Like, if I had the chance to play with the Kaiserium, I would go for it just because it's so cool. You're more or less a fresh account? Yeah, if you're more or less a fresh account, just find the small gains that you can make. I think for most new players, Lynx and Legion are like the biggest gain. Just like get some characters to 70, like Akana, Demon Avenger, Demon Slayer. What other things are good? Arc. You get a taste of a lot of different characters. Get them to 70, and then depending on how you feel about them, you can push them to 120. That's fine too. And then you push them slow to 140. And that's honestly the gameplay loop of this game. It's not really that deep. I think if you don't really like pushing a bunch of different characters and then grinding, maybe MapleStory is not the right fit for the way that you like to play the game. But at the end of the day, it's just like, you just do what you feel like doing. And I know a lot of people who just come back to the game every 3 months, where they would just play while they are motivated to play some characters, make some links, play their main, play their Hyperburn or whatever, and they just quit for 3 months. Because they're like, okay, I'm satisfied with this. And they come back when the next major event comes by. Like, that's my sister. My sister does that. She'll just ask me, hey, are there any like burning events coming up? Or like any big events for training coming up? I'm like, oh yeah, we got this Hyperburn. And then she'll just play for like 3 months and then quit again. It's hard to say. Like, this is like a pretty general thing when it comes to these sorts of games. Main thing was a lack of goals. Yeah. If you can set yourself some kind of goal, the game becomes a lot clearer as to like what you want to do. Rather do a weapon spend 2 hours finishing 0. Yeah, I understand that. I like seeing numbers go up, so Maple Story is perfect, yeah. For me, I like the very steady progression. And a little bit of the gambling aspect. I think the gambling aspect could be adjusted for sure, but I do like, for the most part, you get rewarded for your effort. I know some people would probably disagree with me about like rewarded for effort because you can just get unlucky a lot. But I think if you play the game like reasonably safe, you can get pretty far without encountering too much bad luck. I think my Battle Mage is a good example of that. Where like I don't think I did anything too crazy. Some things were crazier than others for sure. But for the most part, I played very carefully. I rouletted things very carefully. I played around my spares. I only played on events, you know, that sort of stuff. I like to think that I played pretty careful. And then, if you play careful, there's more room for you to get lucky as well. If you over budget for events, and then you get good luck, or good variance on those events, you have more things to spend on, and it can boost your progression pretty far. And that's exactly what happened with my Battle Mage. I prepped for like 1 or 2 items to 21, and I got them really cheap. And then the rest of it was just free. Yeah. As long as you know what you're getting into. This is why I always like am hesitant to tap things to 22 in general, and I don't like encouraging people to tap for 22 because people don't fully understand the variance that is going for 22 sometimes. I think for a lot of endgame players that have attempted for a lot of 22s, are fully aware of the fact that going for 22 is... it can be all or nothing. Like, it can cost you 10 bill, it can cost you 5 bill, it can also cost you 100 plus bill for 122. So, but going for 21 though is significantly cheaper and way safer in comparison. That's why I'm always like I always try to encourage people to go for 21. It's okay to blow up items, it's okay to fail the star forcing. But once you get to 21, you really feel the difference of damage. If you just hard stick at 21 for a while and be careful with tapping to 22, it makes a big difference. What about pitch? You sell 21? This is a bit of a... objectively, you should be going for 22. But it depends on the way that you play the game, right? If you want to be finished with your gear, you just obviously jam it to 22. But for me, because of the way that I typically play, I usually play for steady gains, right? I settled 19 star on my Battle Mage's eye patch because I knew that that was better than my monocle. There was no reason for me to push either the monocle to 22 or the eye patch past 19 at the time, for example, right? And people would flame me for either one of those situations. Like, why didn't you just go 22 on the monocle? You already have an eye patch. Why didn't you tap the eye patch? Because you already have the monocle. There's like so many of those questions, but it's not about being finished with an item for me. It's to be consistent. There's no reason to risk any gear when you know it's better, if that makes sense. Until you have spares and stuff like that, in which case, you know, you make the judgment call. Like, everybody will tell you to tap your eye patch or Berserk from 21 to 22 because you have options of Twilight Mark and Monocle. But what if you don't want to do Commercy? Then what? Are you gonna really tell somebody who doesn't want to do commercial to tap their eye patch? Probably not. I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just the way that I play is a little bit different. Like, I don't mind being inefficient or weaker or whatever it is. It just depends on which perspective you're on. If you're on the perspective of it's not better unless it's 22, then obviously you go for 22, right? But for me, because I'm on the side of I need steady gains, there's no need for me to take unnecessary risks. Basically what I'm saying is I don't think that there's anything wrong with settling 21 pitch and waiting for a spare. I don't care what other people say about that. Like, I don't care if you're like, oh, you can just use a Twilight Mark, right? Like, if I cared about that damage, then I would push the gear. But if I have nothing better, I don't care about my hypothetical best in slot. If I had a 19-star Twilight Mark or a 17-star Twilight Mark and I got a Zerk, and then I tapped the Zerk and it went to 21, I would just keep the Zerk at 21. I don't care. Until I have a 22 Twilight Mark, I'm not tapping that Zerk. I don't care how hypothetically the 22 Twilight Mark will be better. I don't have one yet. Do you settle so you don't go back on Star Force? Sometimes you need to cut your losses, and sometimes it's okay to not... It's okay to settle 17 sometimes. Let me take like an example that's pretty common. Say you're trying to push your CRA pieces, and you're rouletting them, right? So say you're at like 17 all of your CRAs, and this is the event that you're pushing to 21. Or you're trying to roulette them. So let's say they all go to 19, and then your hat goes to 21. Then you try to tap your top to 20, and it booms. And it takes the rest of your money, and you have like 1 bill left on the 5, 10, 15, for example. You have 1 bill left, and it's currently sitting at 17 star. For me, I would instantly be like, well, I have 1 bill left. The chances of me getting to even 18 is kind of low. I have already got all of my gear from 17 to 21 and to 19. I'll just settle on the 17. Especially if I was going specifically for damage. Like, if I wanted that damage to do the next boss, you just settle. It's fine. You already won on the other items. You don't need to win across all of them. Sometimes you get unlucky on some items, but you still have a 19-star bottom. You still have a 21-star hat. Just because your top is 17 doesn't mean you went backwards. It really hurts to go backwards in progression. That's why whenever there is an event that is RNG based, any star forcing event, any cubing event, I go in with the mentality I need to over prepare and set my expectations accordingly. I don't know if there's a better way to explain it than that. Like, I always go in with, like, let's say I go into an event with 20 bill. I'm going to expect at best 2 21s. I don't care what the calculator will say. Like, if it says average of 4 bill, I don't believe that for a second. 75% chance to do it in 9 bill. I still don't believe that. I will always over prepare my over prepare everything. All right, I'm just gonna quickly loot and then I'll take that portal. It only really hurts on the backwards progression. Oh, I have gold. There's some gold totems in here. Nice. It hurts when, like, you over-prepare and you still don't hit, right? But that's kind of like the risk that we kind of take playing this game. That is just a game thing. There's nothing you can do about that. But I try to give myself the best chances whenever possible, right? I feel like it'd be... like... if you went into a star forcing event with 5 bill and then you came out with nothing, I feel like that's a case of, like, I think it'd be unfair to expect anything from that amount of money. You can't go into an event with very little, get unlucky, or, like, not have a big sample size, not hit, and then complain that you got unlucky. That's my take on it, right? You should be playing within your, like, proper expectations. First push to 21, 40 bill for 5 items. Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. That's like, if you came in with that event with that expectation, I think that's good budgeting. But a lot of people don't know what to expect sometimes, and they expect too much from their money. Because you see people that upload videos like me. I get lucky sometimes. I upload my streaks, and you're like, wow, it's 3 bill for a 21, 4 bill for a 21. It's so cheap. So I will save 10 bill, and I will try to 21 3 Sierra. And it's like, that's not gonna happen. Trust me, it's not gonna happen. Unless you get lucky, that's not gonna happen. I've done 21 CRAs enough times to tell you that, like, you should be realistically budgeting like 10 plus bill per 21 star. Because it only takes a little bit of bad variance, and then it goes downhill. And then you're just gonna be sad afterwards. My vac pet died today. I can't revive because I closed my card since I lost it. Oh no. Yeah. When it comes to the star forcing calculator, I usually play within the 75 to 80% percentile, right? Because you set yourself for more realistic expectations, and also at the same time, if you happen to get lucky, you get a lot more out of it. If the calculator says it's an average of 5 bill, but your 70 or 80 percentile says like 10 bill, and you budget 10 bill per item, for example, if you happen to get lucky on one of them, then you just get bonus money. That's how I think about it. Then anything that you do after that expectation, I would consider free, and you will never feel bad about it, because at the end of the day, you only budgeted for like maybe 2 items, but you came out with like 3.5. And I can promise you guys, going in with that mindset into like star forcing events will feel way better. Now, I'm also talking out of experience, because I have definitely had my fair share of bad variants. It's been crazy on stream, yeah. I mean, it's just variance. You guys just weren't there for when it's bad. When it's bad. I mean, there was that one time I spent 13 bill, and I don't think I saw a single 19 star on stream. Like, just straight up 13 bill, no safeguard, just on my fodders, I didn't hit 19 star. It comes both ways. Basically, if you're trying to star force your items, you just want to manage your expectation accordingly and budget accordingly, and you get more out of it if you do that. And this is why I always encourage people to play on events. It's not only because the events typically make things cheaper, because it's just you kind of think of it like free money, right? It's also, it encourages like good saving as well in this game, which a lot of people don't have. The amount of people that I know who will get like 1 or 2 bill and be like, okay, it's time to tap. It's time to buy some black cubes. I'm sure I've called out a few people in the chat just saying that, but sometimes it's like that. You can't expect gains, and you won't remember your wins or your good luck if you do that, because you don't give yourself enough money to beat the bad luck. 8 bill for 2-line attack is pretty good variance, yeah. 8 bill for 2-line attack, I just got lucky that it came with IED. If it didn't come with IED, that is so bad. 8 bill for 2 lines of attack is so bad, all things considered. If that was just like attack and like, I don't know, what's a random line? Like 10%, like 9% in. That's so bad. I just happened to luck out with the IED. But in most cases, like, that's bad. It's calling me out. Hey guys, if you don't want to be called out, start saving. It's time to save. Or at least if you're going to tap off event, give yourself a lot of money to play with so you don't feel bad if you don't hit. You spend 2 bill, you're probably not going to hit. If you spend 10 bill, then you give yourself way more chances to hit. $150 bill for December Liberation. Damn, that's a lot. Saving takes so long when you only make 1.5 bill a week. I mean, I was the same too on my Battle Mage. I started off with my Battle Mage making like 1 bill a week at most. But don't forget, if you're at that stage when you're only making 1.5 bill a week, if you save for 1 month, let's say like at the beginning of like a new event, they announce a star forcing event in 1 month, you can save 10 bill, right? You can definitely save 10 bill from the 4 weeks. You could be training, you could be just doing your same 1.5 bill per week. You go into the star forcing event with 10 bill, that's 10 bill that you wouldn't have otherwise, right? If you had spent that weekly, you just missed out on a lot of value. Again, it's about adjusting your expectations. You can't expect too much out of 10 bill, let's be honest, right? It's not... But at the same time, obviously, you can't be expecting 21 stars with 10 bill. But I think if I had 10 bill going into a star forcing event on a new character, I can realistically expect maybe I get a few items to 18, for example. You get a few items to 18, suddenly you're able to push a new boss, join new parties. Hard Lotus, for example, that's a pretty common one that people party up for. That's extra income now. And you have a chance at pitch boss, which is kind of nice. And then the next event, you have another 10-15 bill. Then you can roulette your things to 19. Just like those steady gains will get you there. I think that's the thing that I'm pretty proud of about my Battle Mage. I was really good for the most part of my spending. And I got away with it on so many Star Forcing events. Going into a Star Forcing event with 30 bill or 20 bill is so nice because that's a lot of money to play with. Especially if you're rouletting. If you're rouletting items, you can get away with a lot of things. Oh, free monster collection. Nice. Yeah. It's just a lot of planning. If you plan accordingly and you're willing to save and be patient, you do get a higher chance of being rewarded. I'm not saying that you can't still get unlucky on events. That's why so many people are like off-event gamers, right? But I always tell people, you know, at the end of the day, we're just playing a stats game. We're just gambling. We have the rough numbers. Just play within the numbers. What's the next event? That is the problem right now, though. Then we get issues like this when we have no events for at least 2 weeks. I would even say probably more than 2 weeks. I don't think that they'd put a Star Forcing event on the first week. Where it's just kind of sitting here waiting. I don't think we're getting a cube sale or anything until towards the end of the year. I think also for what's the event called? A Shining Star Force. It's probably not going to happen until like sometime in December, if I had to guess. So we'll probably get like either a 30% or a 5, 10, 15 in the next cycle. But I wouldn't have any idea. Next Star Force is September? Yeah. It'll be in September, but I'll be honest. I reckon it's going to be a 30% off at the beginning of the month. And then a 5, 10, 15 at the end. If we get lucky for a 5, 10, 15. They have definitely done times where it was only one Star Forcing event like this one. But this one had a 5, 10, 15. So I'd probably be more inclined to believe they'll give us a 30% off to start. And then maybe a 5, 10, 15 at the end. Play Maple Street only tapped once every 6 months. I'm so used to saving. Yeah, it's different in Reg server because your meso rates are way lower, right? Because here in Reboot we have like the multiplier. So the saving habits are way stronger in Reg server. And also it costs money. That probably helps knowing that your meso costs money. 30% off is so scam. I like 30% off. I think 30% off is really good for fodders. I think you have to come into the expectation, if you're playing on 30% off, you're gonna blow up stuff. 30% off is the fireworks show. You have to keep that in mind. 30% off, you have to come in ready to blow up a bunch of stuff. That's why 30% off, in my opinion, is so good for CRA, so good for Absol if you're going for 21 Absol, so good for Superior Golics. It's just all the stuff that doesn't require you to safeguard, because you just send everything and everything blows up. You just, because you're getting 30% off, you're getting that extra amount of money to tap with. things are gonna blow up. And also, you're doing 15 to 16 like 100 times per item. It's a fireworks show. But if you go in with the expectation you're gonna blow up a bunch of items, you don't really care about the process. You don't think about the booms. You're thinking that you're getting 21 way cheaper. That's my mentality of 30% off. It's like, in this event, I'm getting my 19s for cheap. I'm getting my 21s for cheap. I don't think about the booms. I'm ready for it to boom. That's the whole point of the event. We're here to like clean up our inventory. $5, $10, $15 is the value Star Force event for sure though. Way less variance because you have to do one less star. You get a free safeguard, which is really nice. Yeah, $5, $10, $15 is definitely king though. But 30% off, don't be afraid to use it. Just keep in mind, you will blow up things. All of us will blow up things. As long as you remember that booming things is a mild inconvenience for the items that usually you would Star Force on a 30%, then it doesn't feel so bad. Every time I blow up items on a 30%, I just kind of roll my eyes. It's like, okay, God, as long as it doesn't rob me from 14 to 15, I don't really care. 14 to 15 at least is also cheaper on a 30% off, so even though you're blowing up a lot more things, at least you get it back to 15 cheaper. This Sunday is 10 VIP boosters? Yeah. A lot of people are probably going to save those VIP boosters for the next Sunday, because I think the next Sunday is the big training one, right? If I'm not mistaken. I don't know how long the VIP boosters stay for, though. But I can imagine a lot of people saving it for the following Sunday. Blew up 12 KTs, still cheaper than average. Yeah, sometimes you don't think too much about the booms. You just want to see the end result. A lot of creators say that it likes help them as a more motivation. For me, it does help. I can tell that whenever I get likes on my videos, they tend to get more views in general. It's just more of an algorithm thing, and it does help me stay within, like, so my content can get out there. So it does definitely help me when people like my videos. And also, when people like my videos, it tells me that, as well, that, you know, people actually enjoy my streams or my uploads and things like that. And the ones that get, like, more dislikes or less likes, I try to figure out maybe what's causing that to be the case, so then I can try to make videos that people enjoy. I use it as like a proper metric, and usually people don't really like videos in general. It's not really something that people do. So when people actually press the button, it tells me more about how I can improve. Hopefully that answers your question, Mike. Yeah, honestly, when I started like making a lot of videos, I felt kind of it felt kind of weird to try to ask people to subscribe and like and stuff like that, but it does actually help. And whenever I did ask for it, people did end up subscribing more often than not. But at the same time, I try not to say it too much, and I still feel kind of dirty asking for it. Yeah, self-plugging is not really something that I like doing, I'll be honest. Do you get more dislikes when you get lucky? Absolutely, 100%. The most disliked videos on my channel are the ones where I get lucky, on whichever character. It does not matter. But that's something that will always be the case. The hate watchers are real. How many dislikes do you get in your boss meal shorts? The shorts that were okay. Because I don't think people will go out of the way to dislike shorts. But like for standard videos, I feel like I get more dislikes on the videos as opposed to the shorts. The Xenon Berserk, that entire video was probably one of my least liked videos. Because people, I think, got genuinely upset that, you know, my Xenon got a bunch of stuff. Wait until the next one. The next one's gonna go crazy. I'm already expecting it, but I try not to be too hard on myself when it comes to this sort of stuff. Died out of H healer because I wasn't paying attention to HP, bruh. Did you get your 30 slime masks yet? Not yet. I think I've gotten maybe half of it. It's probably anywhere between 15 and 20. I don't remember how many I've done. I think Christian is soloing. Or duoing. I think their character's pretty strong. He was asking about Black Mage at some point, so it's probably plenty strong. He just has to do it again. At least I'm hoping it's not a public run. Is there a 30% coming up or something? We don't know yet. I'm just speculating. I'm expecting it in the next set of Star Forcing events. I don't know if that'll be true, but I would not be surprised if they gave us a 30% next month. I don't know about a 5, 10, 15 because we just had one, but I can imagine us getting a 30%. Bounty Hunter portal's not worth doing. The normal gold and red ones, they're okay. But for me, if I go into those portals, I get less money. And I do value the mesos a lot. You're going to use them on low characters or push the Wild Hunter? I need to push the Wild Hunter to 250. Well, that's what I want to do. I want to try to push this character to 250 first. So I'll probably use the mask on this character. Getting lucky is literally not your fault. I think people just get upset when they put in effort and they're not rewarded, and then you see somebody whose effort might be a lot lower or a bit lower or whatever it is. It's easy to be upset. Especially like if you feel like you've worked harder. Whether or not they actually did is, you know, a different story. It's all like subjective, right? But it's just the way that some people perceive things. I understand though. I used to be like that too. I used to get pretty annoyed when people like get lucky or luckier than I was. And then you can't help but sometimes feel upset. It's like, oh damn, I spent 40 bill and I got like 121, and you spent 10 bill and you got a 22 and 321s. You know, it's hard to be unfazed by it, right? But that's entirely, I feel like it's entirely dependent on how you approach the event going into it in the first place. I think after I changed my mindset a little bit, I can only be happy for people. And then I can only just try to play off my losses as, it's okay. We'll get it next time. It's like the whole mental aspect of it. It's just things that you're expecting versus other people as well. I think what helped a lot was I met a guy who was a pretty endgame player. He was, I think, probably one of the top 5 Dawn Warriors at the time, right? Big grinder, really nice guy. And then there was this one particular Star Forcing event where I did really poorly. I boomed, I spent 40 bill, I boomed like 20 or 30 Golix earrings. It was a horrible event. I boomed like 10 superior Golix earrings above 20. Something like that, some stupid number like that. And I was really upset. And then in that same event, one of my friends full 22'd his arcanes in about 50 bill. So he spent the same amount of money as me, and he full 22'd his thing. And I just remember the guy saying at the end of the day, dude, I can, because he's grinded probably 2 or 3 times more than I have at the bare minimum. And then he just says to me, how can you not be happy for your friend when you know he's going to carry you Black Mage? And then suddenly, you know, it just all clicked for me. It's like, yeah, you know, I don't need to be upset about myself. I can just be happy knowing that this is a gain for everyone. Especially because we were all doing parties together. Now we have a Juicer Night Lord who's just going to carry all my mules through Hard Lotus and Hard Lucid. Why am I upset? That makes no sense. Obviously, it helped that the person that hit was actually somebody I knew, but then I kind of adjusted my mindset where, like, when I see you guys hitting, you guys tell me, damn, I hit a 22 eye patch. The day that I boomed my eye patch on stream, right? My Battle Mage's eye patch on stream. And on that same day, I saw 3 people in my guild 22 their eye patch, and 2 people in my chat telling me that they got a 22 eye patch. And the first thing that I did was tap my eye patch and it blew up. But at the end of the day, I was just like, man, I'm happy for you guys, because then you guys have a 22 eye patch. Maybe one day, You know, they'll come back around full circle. Whoa, caught! Speak of the devil, the guy himself. Mr. Nelson here with his 50 bill 322 arcanes. W Nightlord. You know, it's funny. He still carries me to this day. He carries me Black Mage. Just like I said, just on a different character though. Funny how that happens. It's 25 star myth. It's definitely a myth in GMS from what I understand. I don't think there's a single 25 star. But people have tried for 25 stars in other servers. I don't know if they've hit. I would not be surprised if a guy in TMS has a 25 star. Every time I see you get lucky, I'm like, well, can't wait for my turn. Yeah, that's kind of my mindset too. Whenever I see people get lucky, I'm just like, damn. I hope I hit too. And that's just all it is. The game is way more fun when you can be happy for other people. But of course, it's being jealous or upset about this sort of stuff is like what I would consider a irrational emotion. It doesn't really make sense, but sometimes you can't help it. All we can do is just try to be better about it. Or at the very least, I try not to like let it show if I'm upset. Some things just don't need to be said, and you don't need to be snarky about it. That's my mindset. Any recommendation what to do with the Terror Burn and fake CRA? Can this be an easy boss mule? 100%. If you have the fake CRA gear, you're already a little bit stronger than most mules when they try to do CRA the first time. So with the fake CRA, it'll make it easy to get the real CRA. That's the way that I think about it. And then once you get the real CRA and then Star Force events come around, you can get that to 16 star and your bossing mule is like in a good spot. If I can put it this way, you can pretty much make a CRA boss mule with really bad items. If you have good links, good legion, let's say like at least 6k legion and decent amount of like level 3 links, with a little bit of investment, some epic potentials, you know, filled out gear slots with like all the accessories and stuff like that. Most characters should be able to do CRA. Like, maybe it wouldn't be fast, but you can definitely clear it. So your Terror Burning will be in a good spot. Like, that's the real CRA. The fake CRA set they give you is a lot of boss damage. That Fafnir weapon, you guys gotta remember, this Fafnir set, the 4 set is no joke. Look at that 4 set bonus. 30 boss damage, hello? Broken. So much value. So yeah, just keep that in mind. It's so good. Being gated by nodes sucks, so next one pushes these into events. Yeah. I do like the fact that they give a lot of nodes basically for free. All you have to do is log in. I do like that. A lot of people complain that they're not in the shops, but they changed it so that it's out of the shops and just into the login. So it's pretty easy to get nodes if you just literally just log into the game. Don't even need to play the game to get nodes. I do find it a little bit funny that some people forget that we used to have to coin cap. You guys remember coin capping? I'm so glad we don't do that anymore. Plus the new fake CRA 3 line. Yeah, I forgot about that. Coming in with fake CRA 15 star with 12% all stat basically. Whew. It's free. I mean, it does suck that we can't get more stuff out of the event because there used to be a lot of things you could buy per character. Things like arcane symbols. I remember you could coin cap on multiple characters, for example, and get more symbols on all characters. But now they made it so then you can only claim it once. So I do kind of miss that, but at the same time, the coin capping typically was really long. Like, you would spend 15 to 20 minutes to coin cap, maybe more on a mule. Now, you just need to log in. So much easier. So much easier. We lose some, but we win a lot, I think. Quality of life-wise and like FOMO-wise is way better now. Time to coin cap on 7 characters? Exactly. Let you know, guys know how it goes. Yeah. Keep us updated. I'm keen to see how your bossing wheels go. Coin capping 10 characters times 30 minutes per character's peak degen. Jeez. I gave up after 2 at most, usually. Okay. I think let's take a short break here. Let's just loot. And I'm gonna do something that I keep forgetting to do. But I need to check if it's even possible real quick. Yeah, the old coin cap was really painful. Alright, let's check something real quick. Let's check Lumi. Does this event even have arcane symbols in shop? Not in the shop. It does have the sacred symbols. I kind of wish that they kept the arcane symbols. Ooh. You know what time it is, guys. It's time to go robbing. Robbing our mules. So I got this unit damage skin a while ago because I thought that I was going to play it as a bossing mule. But obviously I didn't, right? But don't worry, we have a backup plan. We're about to rob our Lumi. Okay, so what I can do is from this Dream Fragment shop, they have this thing. Damage skin, extraction coupon. So, I just need to make sure I'm using the basic damage skin. How much is it? 15? Yeah, 1500 of these red ones. So I just need to claim 500 here. I don't want to play the mini game, which is why I'm doing it this way. Alright, claim 1500. Now we take the damage extraction. Use this. Take that. And there we go. Oh, and also the best thing, guys, if you guys didn't know, if you extract the damage skin out of something, it's permanent. I can, if I wanted to, I could leave this in my storage forever. And that's how my Xenon has the unit damage skin, because I took it out of a mule that I knew that I was going to play on my Hyperbird, and I just left it in my storage until I made my Xenon. That's why my Xenon has basic unit damage skin as well. For those who are interested, if you guys ever see a damage skin that you like, and you decide to extract it, it's permanent. It doesn't expire. I just realized this thing has 3x coupons. Should I use some of these? Maybe? When you're more familiar with the class, would you be interested in doing a bit of a Wild Hunter guide? I could. I feel... I'm always a bit nervous making class guides because I never feel like I'm good enough at the class to make a guide on things. I can try, but I'm a little bit nervous with that. Why the base skin? No, that wasn't the base skin. That was the unit skin. Base damage unit. Alright, let's make sure that we save our basic skin. Now we can apply this. And now we have the unit damage skin. Nice. Let's do some fam upgrades first. That one already had things because I thought it was 5. Let's make some more shadows, I think. So we'll just combine these, try to make these epic first, and then I'll try to train up some more shadows. I do have some more librarian ones, so maybe I can do some of that. Maybe 2 and 2. These fam cards go pretty fast though. No, 2 fails at rare? Not like this. Okay. Let's make 2 more of these. And 2 more of these. I guess I might as well reveal them. I do need ID ones as well. I only have 1 ID fam at the moment. Okay. Alright, we get 3 epic tries. Let's see what we get. MP. Damn. If that bottom one said HP, that would have been okay. But it says MP. Stores HP MP. Okay, that's not bad. I think I have 3 HP fams now. At least for myself. Let's see. So that's a normal HP MP. I have another HP MP here. And I think I have a party HP MP somewhere. That's a small amount, small amount. Oh, there we go. So I have 3. That's not too bad. Let's work with these ghosts. Try and get these done. What do you do with the useless uniques and epics? You can either disassemble them to change it into, like, you can, extract them? Or you can just fuse them. So, like, I could put the old epics into this one if I wanted to. I could use these. I'm just keeping them for the time being because there is a chance that I hit large drop. And then I can use these when I get to Cernium. Because I could train in this map as well. With these Curious Scholar Ghosts. Because that map is really lazy. I can see myself fully training in this map. And I have a bunch of epics already. Saves me a lot of effort. So I'm just spamming epics at the moment anyway, so we're chill. I wish I had the 3rd one enabled, but I don't want to get 10 badges right now. I'm kind of lazy. Time for bed. Good night. All right. Take care, Pash. Thank you for dropping by. Alright. Might as well use this. Free level, I suppose. Okay. Now, I think I should probably keep training though. I really want to make sure that I don't I don't lose the thing. Maybe I'll just claim some of these because they're gonna slowly expire anyway, right? Okay. Let's go back to our favorite map here. SDH2. No, somebody's here. My map. Okay, let me just place down these summons real quick. Oh, it's my last MVP. Nice. Managed to go through all them. So far, out of your 3 Hyperion mains, which ones have you enjoyed the most? I still say Battle Mage is my most enjoyed one so far. But this Wild Hunter is definitely up there. I do enjoy playing this Wild Hunter. Honestly, all of them were nice. I'll tell you why I like all of them. It's because all of them had really easy training. At the end of the day, Battle Mage was the most active, but I still felt that the training was pretty easy. But for Xenon and for Wild Hunter so far, it's so good. So many summons, really good damage on mobs. Yeah, what's there not to like? Oh, there we go. Got my first mask for today. First Yeti mask. I wish they just let us pick the masks every time. Why they gotta make it on specific days? Why they gotta make it on specific days, guys? The Soul Erda one is like kind of useless though. Unless you had a lot of fragments, it's kind of useless. It's not too bad on new 260s actually, because I feel like you get fragments reasonably fast if you do High Mountain. Yeah. You should try Lumi. I do have a Lumi on Kronos. I actually do like Lumi, but I just don't have the time to play as many characters. So that is the best one in Reg server? I can imagine that, yeah, because you can buy fragments now, right? So then you can, like, straight up buy your fragments, and then when you run out of Soul Erda, buy the Soul Erda thing. Which is something that you couldn't do outside this event, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you know what? Makes sense. Makes sense. It's just a shame that we can't really use it that well in Reboot. Bit of a shame. But it makes a lot of sense for a Reg server, for sure. $6 million per. How's that? How's the 6 million scale in Reg server? How much is that worth? Is there a comparison? Because I don't know what 6 million means, but that sounds like it sounds like a lot for one, but I don't know. Like, how's it compared to like a node stone? Can you buy node stones in the Reg server? Do we only get frags from High Mountain and mobs? You get it from High Mountain, you get it from mobs, and you get them from your daily 3,000 mobs killed. How much does the Soul Erda mask compare to a node stone? That's what I'm curious. Just so that I can have like a context on how good it is for Reg server. 6 mil seems like a lot, but I don't know what that like compares against like a node stone. You can get more if you buy the pass. I don't think that's in GMS. I don't think the pass is in GMS. We just get 40 nodes. I mean 40. Oh, you get more if you buy the pass, right? That one. I thought you were talking about like the High Mountain pass that they did in KMS. Yeah, you can get the pass, but you can't miss a single day. I wouldn't recommend buying that unless you really wanted to speedrun prog. You gonna check in Barra? Yeah, it's not a big deal. I was just curious. You can pay to win in Reg server? Absolutely. That's part of the appeal of Reg server, I'd say. Being able to get your gear stronger faster if you're willing to pay. That's definitely part of the appeal of Reg server. Spent a lot of money and got nada? Oh no. What did you spend on? So tilted from doing H-Dark. I'm pretty sure at this point I've frauded my first clear. Yeah, if it makes you feel any better, that's how I felt about my Battle Mage. I got the clear the first week, and then I died out 3 times the next week. And then I didn't clear it. Can you imagine that? I recorded my Dark Nail clear. I was super happy with it. 29-minute run, you know, feeling stoked. And then the next week, died out 3 times, gave up, did normal Dark Nail. Yep. Node stones are so cheap, I think it's 40k. So if the node stones are 40k and the mask are 6 mil, the Erda thing is pretty expensive then, hey, in comparison. But then again, I guess node stones are like way more supply. I think it's kind of crazy in my head because I'm comparing it to like reboot progression, like when node stones are so good. 40k per node stone versus 6 mil per Erda. Holy, Erda's crazy. That's a lot of money for one Erda. Because it will add up so fast. Because you're effectively paying like 5 bill. Oh, sorry, 50 bill. That's 50 mil. 50 mil per skill. That's not cheap. They'll definitely add up. Bought a box of OP5. Oh, I see. What did you pull? What were your old arts? Were they any good? Oh wait, you said if you got Nada, then maybe not. You know, I still have a box of OP05 that I haven't opened. I don't know what to do with it. I think I'm just gonna leave it sealed in my computer. On my shelf. Lucci? Hey, that's usable. He's a playable card. Open on stream. Then I have to set up a webcam that I don't own. That's a problem. Look, guys, if you guys want to see me open One Piece packs, you guys are gonna have to pay for it. Yeah, I'm not opening packs for free. Gambling on my channel? Unbelievable. Do I have a phone? Yeah, I'd have to use my phone as a webcam. You know what? I would actually do that. In the sense of like, if people want to pay like the retail value of a pack, and then me opening it, and then if they want to, they can keep the stuff in the cards, I would actually do that. I know that is absolutely something that people do, where they just do like card breaks, right? But this is a Maple Story channel. We can't be gambling on a Maple Story channel, right, guys? For legal reasons, that was a joke, guys. That was a joke. I'm joking. It's gambling for kids. I mean, Maple Story is just another gacha game. It's all good. I did tap the hat from 20 to 21 for the stream. You know, you're right. But the thing about the packs though is that I did pay that one. I actually did pay money for, and it will retain its value if I leave it alone. I actually got it for pretty cheap because I bought it from Big W. It was like one of those like it's like Target here. I don't know if Big W exists in other countries. It's kind of like Target. Is the One Piece card game fun? I enjoy it. I think as a card game, it's pretty well designed, pretty balanced. Obviously, some decks are better than others, just like in any other game. But I think, generally speaking, I played a lot of TCGs in the past. One Piece as a competitive card game. The only issue I have with it is the fact that it's a best of one. I think if it was a best of three, I'd like the game like 100 times more. But as a card game alone, I think it's up there. I do genuinely enjoy the game. The pricing is good. The card game as a competitive game is relatively cheap, I'd say. It's not as cheap as I think Pokemon is. I think if you wanted to play top meta in Pokemon, it's a lot cheaper. But yeah, it's reasonable. Open for fun, please. Yo, Swan's got the itch. Don't understand Pokemon TCG at all. Pokemon is quite an interesting game to me at the high level, because a lot of the game is like card counting and probability manipulation. I know it's like like typically considered as like a kid's game, obviously, because you know Pokemon, whatever, but at the high level, it's kind of crazy how careful you have to be with your draws and your deck manipulation. It's quite interesting. KT almost used as fodder for Superior. Oh, right, I saw that message. Yeah, you can use either of them. Although I would probably lean towards using KTs as fodder, because they're a little bit easier to get. Meisters are like a little bit annoying to get sometimes. What deck do you play for One Piece? Currently I'm playing Bonnie. But that's why I played at the last regional. I did okay. Not as good as not as well as I had hoped. It's because like I felt like my losses were kinda out of my control. Which is a bit of a shame because you'd like it typically to be more within your control. Nothing like playing a slow green deck and then pairing against Nami round 1. Yup. If I buy you a booster box of my choice, will you open it and stream? I mean, if you want to, sure. Dookie versus Hallie game. Oh. I mean, if he wants to do that, like legit, if he wants to do that, I'm down. I'd be 100% down. I think that'd be fun. Playing One Piece with remote duel. It's not my like favorite medium. I don't like playing online if I can help it, but I like the card game enough to do something like that. There's also a simulator that that you can play the card game online, which I do frequent sometimes. I do play frequently. What am I talking about? I also put my summon in the absolute wrong place. What is that monstrosity of a summon? You go over there. They need to fix the mobility of Xenon. It would be nice if they gave him a proper up jump. Should I sell my manga haste to revive your vac pet? What the heck? I'd keep the manga. I'd keep the ace. That being said though, I have considered for one of the days of my stream to be like more of a variety stream where I play something that isn't MapleStory. So I wouldn't mind doing other things as well. Because as much as I like playing MapleStory, I also play other games. But I'm a little bit, let's say like self-conscious about doing something like that just because like I've done everything on this channel MapleStory related. Scary to branch out. You know, it's a bit spooky. Mobility is good for Xenon, but the up jump is very sad. It's fast, but I wouldn't mind it having just a proper up jump. The up jump is pretty sad. Used to lazy train at AA3? Which one's AA3? I just went for the map that had like one of the highest rates. Like this map here is like probably one of the best maps in Morass, right? It's probably like 17 to 18k per hour. I do like the Mesa rates here. It's not too bad too. Elden Ring DLC. So many people have asked me to play Elden Ring. And I feel like you guys just want to see me cry on stream. Would I ever play Lara? I think Lara's fine. It seems a bit active for me though. Abandoned Area 3. Right. I've seen the rotation for it. But I think this map just has better rates. Don't do it, stop, don't do it. Oh, droplet. Should I save for Janus or prior your skill? I think get your main skills and then go back for Janus. Janus is pretty good though. Used to hit 15k there? That's decent. Yeah. Yeah, 15k is not bad. I think here though, I'm pretty happy with like a little bit of extra effort for 17k. Also, I get to keep using these fams in particular. One fam is nice. I don't know what the fam situation is in AA3, but it's kind of nice here just using Just using the shadows. Want to see people... See you challenging bossing? Ah, I see. I mean, that makes sense. Kinda on brand. But you guys forget, I'm only doing... I'm only playing MapleStory min clearing because I've done this for like a few years, so I don't mind the extra challenge. I've never played Elden Ring, so it's just going to be me running it down. You have 100% Meso gear or fams also adding Meso? It's all in gear. I don't have any fams that useful. I have just a normal item drop fam. You're buying another OP05? Oh no. Not the Gamba. When does High Mountain reset? I think it's in 2 days, so tomorrow's the last day that you can do it. I haven't done my High Mountain yet either. I should probably do that soon. Same day as boss reset. Someone's top swan. If you're looking for an autographed Luffy, or maybe they're looking... I think they're looking for the manga Luffy. I don't know if they're looking for the autographed one. Man, I have mad regrets not doubling down on buying the manga Luffys. I had a feeling that they were going to go up in price, but I didn't have the... It was too risky for me to buy. Because everyone was hyping up the signature Luffy, and I was thinking to myself, yeah, nah, that's not the money. The money is the manga. And, yeah. Now Luffy's gone up in price by a lot. Should have just grabbed them when I could, but I didn't have the money. It's kind of hard to justify it as well at the time. Like, you can't just like fork out $2.5 grand or something for a card, expecting it to go up. Can't do that. That's just a bad idea. Put it on your 4th box? That's crazy. 4th box is so good for an autograph. How much? Yeah, the the collector cards are worth quite a lot of money. I think most of the manga cards are at least 1,000 Australian. Some of them are cheaper than others because they're not as popular, because I think like the manga Soga King and Shanks... Is it a manga Shanks? I forget. I think it's a Shanks. I don't think they're worth that much. Or is it Ace? Well, one of them. I forget which one it is. You got offered Luffy for 1.5. Oh, no. You know, if you had asked me for a loan, I would have said yes. Obviously implying that I would trust you to pay me back. But 1.5 is a steal. Like, literally, that's almost robbery. If you bought that off the guy, that's almost robbery. The guy basically said, hey, you want to give me 1.5 grand for 3 grand? Alright, now that we're actually on this topic, like we happen to be talking about One Piece, and no spoilers in this chat, alright? Hey, just in case, no, we don't talk about lore in here. Just in case. Don't want to ruin it for people. Is it at least 2.5k? Yeah. Did you know Luffy's a pirate? Man, would never have guessed. Saw a cool clip on Twitter of an old guy punching the floor. It's probably from the most recent episode. Swan, that's almost bannable, what you just said. Not the first part, the second part. I think One Piece is a pretty, like, it's fine. I don't think it's like the best thing in the world. But for something that's like been around for that long and it has that many chapters, it's, you know, it's held up. It's definitely held up. Usually, a lot of like really long-standing pieces of work tend to like decline over time, but One Piece is like kind of, it's kept up. And the art has more or less stayed the same. Sometimes you can notice a decline. The storytelling is still pretty good in terms of storytelling. One Piece is definitely maintained its place. Because some of the other manga, the story kind of goes all over the place. I think first thing that comes to mind is probably Bleach. For me, Bleach was like pretty good. Peak Bleach was pretty good, and then the Fullbring arc like kind of disappointed me. I remember reading the Fullbring arc when it got released. I was just like, what am I reading? Like, it feels so rushed. How did I get the damage skin? So I took it off from one of my other characters. One of my other characters had this damage skin from an old event, and I moved it over to this one. The ending of Bleach and Naruto. I actually, the ending of the whole Aizen arc in Bleach was pretty reasonable. It was a nice ending. It might not have been perfect, but it was a nice ending. But then the whole next arc, the Fullbring arc, was a little bit all over the place. The 1,000-Year Blood War, whatever it's called, was... I think that was good, but you had to go into it expecting mostly eye candy. Like, the fights were eye candy, the character designs, you know, it's... You're not there for the story at that point. I think towards the end of Bleach, I kind of treated it as a similar way that I think I would treat something like One Punch Man, where you're not really there for the story, but you're just kind of there for everything else. Yeah, I sleep. Yeah. With that being said though, I don't really watch anime or read manga as much anymore. I just watch random YouTube things and I farm. That's where I'm at. Or I just play other games. I don't really consume that sort of media anymore. I actually got really into a bunch of random web novels. When I found out about web novels, my world changed. And I realized that I liked reading like just like random trashy isekai power fantasy anime. Not anime, sorry, web novels. Because the guys who wrote that had a better idea of what they were like trying to write than something like Sword Art Online. It's basically like if Sword Art Online was good, in my eyes. I remember watching that and was like kind of disappointed at the plot. I remember when that came out. But then I started reading a bunch of random web novels from pretty decent authors. It was a lot better. Like Solo Leveling. It's like if you took because Solo Leveling was originally a web novel as well. And then they made it into a manhwa, which got really popular, and then they made it into an anime, right? But now imagine if you take the general concept of Solo Leveling, where there's like, you know, it's like an isekai protagonist with stats. That's a very common trope. But you level up the world building and the story like 10 to 100 times because some people just write better. Then I discovered the world of web novels, and there's so many of those sorts of stories. I'm trying to remember like what they were called, because I don't read them as much anymore. The first one that comes to mind was Legendary Moonlight Sculptor. You guys know that? Surely somebody recognizes that name. That's such an old, like, classic. It's like that sort of stuff. I think one of my personal favorites, probably Second Coming of Gluttony. I can't imagine, I need pictures. A good author will make it so then you don't need the pictures. Yeah, my favorite's definitely Second Coming of Gluttony. I was reading that book, or like that web novel, as it was coming out, because it was still being written, right? And they update like either it's like a couple times a week or something like that, or maybe once a week. And I was reading that chapter by chapter. I liked it so much I actually bought all the books on Amazon as well. The manhwa did not do that story justice. I was actually pretty upset. When I saw they released the manhwa for it, I was like, nah. You guys messed it up. You guys messed it up. I expected so much after seeing the hype of solo leveling. And then they did my boy dirty. The general story of Second Coming is so much better as well than solo leveling. So much better. I need pictures when I fall asleep. Yeah, that's fair. I used to be a big reader when I was younger, so reading books was not too difficult. The web novel is so much better. Another one that I remember reading was called A Novel's Extra. And I remember when the manhwa for that came out, I also was kind of disappointed. But yeah, that's what I used to read. Now all I do is play computer games, and that's fine by me. Butcher manhwa of Second Coming Gluttony so badly. Yeah. There's a remake of the manhwa? That's crazy. I might have to check it out myself. If it's better, I'll give it a chance. There's actually so many books I haven't read when it comes to this sort of stuff, but yeah. Something very satisfying about finding a completed series that you enjoy. It's very satisfying. Waiting for chapters and waiting for updates is always the most painful, because like these guys, they make a living out of people paying for the next chapters, right? People pay to read these chapters. And they can't, you would never end a chapter without a cliffhanger. And it was painful every single time, waiting for like the next one. It's like whichever day it is, it's like, I just got the Monday release, now I have to wait for Wednesday. Do I really want to pay $5 for the next chapter? I'm just gonna wait. Yeah, that was me on Second Coming of Gluttony. I was hooked on that book every single time. But yeah. That being said though, I don't really follow a lot of series. So if you guys randomly, like, if you guys pick a random series and ask me if I've known it, chances are probably not. Okay. I think we got one done. No. Man, we found a lot of these rare tier ups today. All right, let's see if we can get something useful. Nice. 20% to ignore 3 damage. 3 damage. Why 3 damage? Alright, let's go do the rest of our dailies. But yeah, that was a nice throwback for me. I haven't read books like that in a very long time. It's kind of nice to reminisce those. This was like web novels. Ha, familiars. Exactly. Give us red cards, you cowards. Give us red cards. Man, can't wait for next week. Next week, I get my Abso cape and my Abso weapon. And if I get really lucky, I might get also an Abso shoulder. I do have a lot of drop rate. Let's see if I can get, maybe I should try to get myself into a Hard Lotus, Hard Damien party. Is that too crazy? I'm like 3.5 mil combat power. Any Noahs? Is that realistic? I think you can do it. That's what I think too. It would be nice because if I get 1 armor box, I will have guaranteed 5 set. JH will carry you. I mean, at the end of the day, like I'm happy to ask for carry or trade from JH, but I also it's more of a case of like I wonder how long he has to wait. Because ideally, you know, we don't want to be in Hard Lotus for like. I don't want to be in there for like 20 minutes. Because I think he's probably happy to trade. I will max out my defense. That's a crazy title. I don't know many of these books, honestly, like or series. I just remember reading them. Pub struggle, 7 to 10 mil combat power. Yeah, I think 7 to 10 mil is pretty reasonable. So yeah, you will do enough damage, but also like you won't be in there for too long. I think the scariest thing about running like a random pub run is if there's like a random juicer in the party and they just clear it in like 5 minutes, you're gonna go put in red and they'll be sad. Just be a bit careful, because I think you can actually check people's can you check people's thing in the recruit party? Like if I click this, can you? Oh, you can. Yeah, you can like quickly suss it out and see whether or not you won't get trolled. Did you get the deadlock invite? What's that? Oh. Okay. Ooh, nodestone. Oh, actually, speaking of nodestones, I wonder how many. I have 22 nodestones on me at the moment. I'm on 33%. If I full send all of the EXP coupons or EXP vouchers I have right now, will it be enough? Because I have 5.5k in my inventory and I have about 900. I have 9,000 total and then a little bit more. I just need to get to 244. So I need to do 70% to 270%. I think I can actually get it like on stream. Already done Moras. Let's do Esfera. I haven't done Monster Park or the Tomato yet. Yeah. I think I'd rather do Tomato on my Xenon. Because I still wanted to get to 270. So I probably should do Tomato on Xenon. I think 270 on Xenon sounds pretty good. Okay. This should give me about 15%, right? Maybe a little bit less after handing these all in. Putting me at about 50%. Then if I do my Monster Park, they'll give me about 30% if I do all of them. I should probably have my fams out here. Can I hit 3 line on the top or bottom? Yeah, it's very expensive. 3 lines on Sierra in general is just painful. I think you can just keep it at 21% for a long time. I mean, there's no rush anyway. 21% is good enough. It's so expensive to roll for 3 line on those items. I have 1.7 bill already. Not bad, not bad. Probably get another 300 mil or so. So expensive, you're talking 10 bill? Depends. Are you trying to perfect 3-line them? Because if you want to talk about... I think 3-lining it is still way more than 10 bill, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like 3-lining it just in general is probably like 15 to 20 bill at the minimum, in my experience. And it's a perfect 3-liner, it's probably closer to like 30 or 40 bill. It's damn expensive, those items. Just 3 useful lines is probably about, yeah. I can imagine it anywhere between like 10 and 15 bill. Not cheap, not cheap. Yeah, I think it's quite expensive. I don't know if it's worth the attempt, but I mean, if you're up to that point in the game, then go for it. Nice. It's a lot of EXP. Oh my god. think this might be a bit overkill on the fodders, but it's alright. Maybe a little bit overkill, but... What's the purpose of fodder? I'm gonna try to 21 the fodder and then transfer it onto my CRA. That's the plan. But if I'm trying to 21 these, I'm budgeting 10 booms per 21. There's about 20 overalls there, so maybe I don't need to save as much. I think this is probably good enough. Let's leave it at that. So yeah. I think I don't need more than that, hopefully. You could do it. You don't have to fodder CRA. Usually you wouldn't. But the thing is, I only have one copy of each of the CRA, basically. So I don't really want to tap my CRA directly. So if I am going to tap anything, it's just going to be fodders. Alright. I don't know what to do. Let's see. I just need to level up 3 more times, right? Let me have a quick look at the Excel. There was somebody who linked it. Let's see. So I need about 10,000 tickets from 242 to 243. So I need to be at least, let's say, 242 and a half. I need to get 242. I need to get like another 100%. It's looking kind of grim. If I'm to be honest, it looks a little grim. Put on the Daft Punk trip. Oh, we get a lot of coupons there. So I have 2,000, 2,000. How many growth pots is it? It's 2. Yeah, I should probably try to get 244 by today. Ah, that's kind of hard. That's kind of difficult, guys. Kind of difficult. I don't know if I can get 100% unless I like full send 3x coupons for the rest of the night. Even then, it might not be great. Alright, let's just do Monster Park. Let's do the easy XP stuff first. How much method do you prep per 21 piece? Probably about 10 bill, ideally. Give or take. Yesterday when I tapped it, I was expecting literally nothing. I was fully expecting to have 0 meso and achieve nothing. Alright. Let's see how much XP each of these go. We're at 43%. Oh no, we're so weak. We're two-shotting in here. Oh no. When are you gonna fashion story this character? What do you mean? It is done. It's already fashion storied. It's all good. It's already got the drip Sierra hat. That's all you need. can't afford it, guys. Hey, yo, those grenades do a lot of damage, actually. Maybe I should keep using these grenades. It's not bad. Oh. I think the bossing is fine. From my experience. Is this the last stage? No, this is stage 5. I think the bossing feels a little bit weird to me, just because I have never really like played a class similar to this before. But I think it's fine though. Oh, that's the boss. Oh my god, it gave us like 3.5%. Oh no. That's not good. That's not good. It's like 20% from Monster Park. I mean, worst case, I'll get to 243. I'll just use the mag pots and I'll just... I don't know. I'll just use all the vouchers and then use all the mag pots if I can't make it. It's not a big deal. Yeah, I think I would rather use my time farming, I'll be honest, and saving these tickets for Sunday. I'll just do my 2 runs. Might as well finish this one because it's a free run anyway. Use the Transcendent pot. Can we even get it? That's the one from the event, right? Is it this one? That's crazy that made this. Like, for me to level up right now, I'll probably use like 2.5k, roughly. And then I need another 10k after that. I haven't touched any of the pyramid event. I wasn't interested in it, to run it at all. I'm not that fussed about the EXP. It's just because the ones the ones I wanted to use are expiring. And I kind of wanted to minimize my training, but it's not that big of a deal because I can still get some more slime masks later. Even if I end up getting stuck at 249, it's not that big of a deal. 249 just means that I just go straight to what's the place called? Moonbridge. Yeah, gives me like 3.5%. No, no, no. I don't want to do it. I'm trying to do the math roughly. Let's say get to 243, 244, 245. I think I can get to 245 today just by using the event thing. Min-max? What do you mean min-maxing? I just don't want this to be used poorly. This is about to run out. If I was min-maxed, this thing would have been used already. Alright. $500 will give me about 10%. How much do I need here? So if I use another 2,000, they'll get me a level up. So I'll be 241, 242, and then I can use that to get to 243. And then I can use the 2 mag pots to get to 245. You know what? I'll just get to 245. That sort of makes sense. Alright, let's do this. Let's do it this way. So I think if I claim these, and then use this. Yep, so that gets me to 242. Then, if I use these golden masks to get slime. Yeah, slime. And then I'll use all of them. Huh. I have actually claimed a lot of these. Okay. Now this should almost level me up. You know, I can actually grind the rest of that one. Unless I use these extreme growth potions. I can grind the rest of that. You know what? Maybe it's doable. I don't know about grinding 50% though. Do I have enough for another wealth? I can do another wealth. Now you find a healthy balance of the gains and having a life. I just don't get FOMO. That's all it is. Oh, actually, this is actually just a Monster Park angle. What am I talking about? Or I can manually level up and then do Monster Park on the new one. I mean, it's only 3%. I might as well just do a wealth. Might as well. I do need an MVP though. Okay, that's an MVP there. We have this and what am I missing? 3x coupon. All the excuse to not do Monster Park? Come on. It's true. I really don't like doing Monster Park. In all honesty, I think Monster Park is the worst thing ever. Actually, do I have my next fam set up? I do. I have 2. I've done Monster Park enough times to never want to do it again. VIP. Oh, I've already popped all my coupons. Ah, that's alright. I only need 3% anyway. My goal right now is just, I'll just get to 245. I won't worry about it too much. And then I'll just slowly train to 246 and then use the last 4 potions to get to 250. Ooh. That's why I'm training in this one. Because in this one, it gets a lot of mob kills. I don't think the spider map has as many mob kills. There's also town buff. Okay, if I'm going to get back town buff, well, if I'm getting town buff, I might as well, right? I mean, I'll just level up now. That portal was crazy. Go town buff, VIP buff, might as well. Does Town Buff give EXP? Some of them do. The one that just went, I'm assuming, is the EXP one. Every odd server hour. Which, funnily enough for me, is an even hour. Okay, we can get 2 fams done by the end of this 30%. So I'll just finish this wealth. I'll level up to 245. And then I'll probably see if there's any maps in Moonbridge I could try to farm in with similar rates. If I can go LH4, that'd be pretty nice. Hello Matthew, welcome. I'm doing well, thank you. We're kind of speed running the levels right now because I have magnificent growth pots expiring. But I can guarantee myself 245 in about half an hour. Either that or I get to 50% today. And then I go straight to 250. Yeah, a lot of it was the EXP voucher things from the event. It wasn't actually all training or anything like that. So don't worry. I didn't actually grind to 243. Using a lot of the event stuff. Yeah, the vouchers do go pretty crazy. It's a pink mask right now. It's the Yeti one. It's the extreme growth potion one at the moment. Still no sub drops. Buying your second item today? Oh, that's rough. But I feel you on that one sometimes. Sometimes your like, random characters or your main will just get unlucky. And then you won't see any drops. But yeah, having to buy them feels so bad. You just gotta do it sometimes. The 4-set Superior is too good. Oh, I forgot my guided arrow. Let's put that on. Always forget to put on guided arrow. Gollux on mules is pain. Yeah. Speaking of Gollux, I haven't run Gollux today. I need to find somebody to take me because I can't solo it. You love fully buffing and disconnecting. Oh man. I think most of them do stay now though. At least if you pop your guild buffs, I think they stay. You lose Monster Park and maybe Legion. But I think your guild skills stay now. So maybe it's not too bad. Still winnable. Hoping for Arcane Weapon Box? Yeah, me too, man. That'd be nice. Because the one I'm using right now is kind of garbage. Like, look at this weapon I'm using. It's so sad. Sub-pendant has no other fodder? Unfortunately not. If you don't have any Dom pendants, it's kinda difficult to push Superior. No drops there either. I've ran with my guild for over a month. Yesterday we cleared V-Hill and Darknet for the first time. Yo, congrats. Yeah, the arcane drops are just low chance in general. Like, I have definitely done like the entire set of C10 Lu Will for multiple weeks and not seen anything. Those drops are just rare. That's it. That's how it is. For my battle mage, I cleared all those bosses for quite a while and I didn't see any armor boxes until after I cleared black mage. Just saw your video, Damien was uncooperative. Yeah. Oh, that was so tragic. If you guys didn't know, I did Damien one of the weeks, and I got 3 cores, and I got so excited. I was like, yes, 3 cores? That means next week I get 2 cores and I get my weapon. Weapon in 2 weeks is great. And then my second run gave me 2. I mean, gave me 1. So I had 4 total. Isn't that so sad? 3 on the first week, 1 on the second week. I didn't even know you could get 1. How could they give me hope and then take it away from me like that? I would rather have gotten 2 and 2. I would be happy with 2 and 2. But 3 and 1 is tragic. Do I play in NA or EU? I play in NA. I get better ping to the North American server. Forgot to log onto the streamer client for real. Train here for FAMs? For FAMs is one thing, but also the kill rate here is really high. I can get anywhere between 17 and 18,000 mobs cleared in this map, which gives me like 300, a little bit over 300 mil per 30 minutes. Anywhere between 650 to 700 mil an hour, which is pretty good. Usually you don't get these sorts of rates early on, so I'm just taking advantage of it while I can. I will always try to go for high kill rate maps, especially if they're lazy. This one's not even that bad. Most of it is me walking around to pick up money. Like right now, I'm just picking up money, right? So it's relatively low effort. Most of the time, I'm just sitting in one spot, which is amazing. Like the only movement I really have when it's not looting, because everybody has to walk around to pick up stuff. There's no difference. It's this one summon here. Like it doesn't last very long, but if that's the only movement I have for 700 mil an hour, I'm not gonna complain. What Hunter training looks free? Yup. And I can't wait for 6th job, because 6th job it gets even better. Apparently my mobbing gets a lot better on 6th job, and then there's also Soul Janus on top of it. So yeah, this class is going to be great to train once I hit 260, but I don't think I'm hitting 260 anytime soon. It's going to take a bit of time before I get there. If I wanted to be a complete menace, and if I had somebody to fund me MVPs the entire time, there is a chance that I can get 260 by the time we get in about 14 days. If I can get 260 in 14 days, that'd be pretty good. But I don't think that's going to happen, because I got to get to 250. Which is doable, but then getting to 260 is kind of crazy. Because from training, it'd be like 20% an hour at best. If I had to guess. Maybe even less than that. Maybe 20% is a bit of an overestimate. The VIP boosters will help. You see, I want to do something a little bit even more maniac. I want to be able to use the VIP boosters for my 6 job stones. That's what I want to do. I want to get to 260 to be able to use the VIP boosters for my 6 job, so I can skip it. Now that is true degeneracy. I don't think I can do that. Looks so free. I know BAM is pretty active. But yeah, BAM is pretty active. Once you hit 6 job, it gets a lot better though. The second mastery really helps, and of course Soul Janus as well. Wild Hunter looks free? Yeah, it's pretty nice. What's your opinion on Paladin versus Mikhail? I think if I had to play one of those 2 classes, I would probably pick Mikhail. Just because of how miserable Damien is, I felt, with Paladin. I know it's an issue that a lot of classes have, but that key down burst on Paladin in Damien is a little bit tragic. I placed that summon way too low. A lot of classes do have that issue anyway. I don't know if Mihal has that issue, but I don't know. When I was playing on my Paladin bossing mule, that was the thing I hated the most. I would actually skip Damien on most weeks because I could not be bothered dealing with it. Both are fine. I just think that Damien is a somewhat fair factor into what I like. Can you up jump with Pally? Both of them can up jump. It's just more like the burst is the key down. I don't know about Mihal's burst that well, but if Mihal's burst is more mobile than Paladin's burst, I would rate it a little bit better just because of Damien. I just really hate Damien. All the skills have no movement delay. Yeah, it's quite nice. The grenades you can throw in the middle of your attack animation and Hurricane as well, which is nice. And actually the smoothest thing about this class is I can place down Fountain while walking. That feels pretty amazing, I'm not gonna lie. And Royal Guard is actually like a busted mechanic in of itself, so that helps. Are they fixing Damien in the extreme mode? I hope so. I think that the blue orb mechanic is gotta be up there for one of the least fun mechanics they've created. All the other bosses are the other way around, where they might tell you to stay in a certain area to do max damage. Like Black Mage and Magnus, for example, you have to be within their bubble to do max damage. But I don't like it if there's something that you can't control that stops you from doing full damage. That's why the blue orb is such a bad design, in my opinion. Because if you're outside the bubble in Magnus or outside the bubble in Black Mage, oftentimes you're doing it yourself, right? You're not... Or you got hit by a mechanic. Magnus dashing around is also not very helpful, for a similar reason. But at least for Black Mage, if you're outside the bubble, chances are that's on you. And you're not doing full damage because of your own positioning. But Damien is just like, doesn't matter where you are, you're just not doing full damage. Have fun. I catch you being able to damage reflect while in damage reflect. Yeah. Let me just refresh my damage reflect real quick. Got furthest into your H-Dark and disconnected? Oh no. Today's not your day, Christian. Sorry to hear, man. I don't blame others, I blame Nexon. What are you going to use next week's growth pots for? Which growth pots? They give us a few of them. Are you talking about like the extreme growth potions or? For the most part, the growth potions, I'm just going to try to make the most on my main. Is there a reward that's coming out? Is that why? These ones? I will see where I go with this character. Because those two basically just give me a full level at 250, right? So I can see myself just putting two of them on this character. Just to get to 260 a bit faster. Otherwise, I could realistically put it on my mechanic. It's going to come down to whether or not I enjoy farming in Moonbridge. If I like the Moonbridge farming and it gets me a lot of money, I might just consider chucking them all onto my mechanic. Otherwise, I'm probably going to put it onto my Wild Hunter here. The Transcendent one? Yeah, the Transcendent one, I'll try to put it onto my Wild Hunter. Worst case, I'll put it onto my Xenon, because it goes up to 270. If my Xenon is 269, then I'll put it on my Xenon. Might as well. That's maximum value if I put it on a 269 character. Burninator is free time Sira? Yeah. All the Terror Burnings give you free Sira now, I think. Like the Terror Burninators. And also like the title as well, the Burning title, which is really nice. I have a 260 beginner, just realized he doesn't count towards my Legion. Wait, so he doesn't count like the 260 levels? Oh, I guess it's... That's so funny, you just can't have it. Levels don't count, that is crazy. It has to have a job for its levels to count in the Legion. That is unfortunate. Being a beginner is a very hard job. It's not terrible to use Transcendent Pot on 270 main. I don't think so. I think at 270 you're still getting decent value out of it. Because you're just getting the EXP that you would have gotten from 269 to 270. I think it's more of a... It depends a lot on your goals. Chances are if your main is 270, you don't really have any other characters that can maximize the value out of it anyway. You're not going to have a random 260 if your main is 270 for the most part. I use it on a 279 main. See, this is where like I also had issues with my mag pots. It's like if a mag pot gives me 5% at 275, is it worth using? I don't know if that's the actual like amount. But, like I always ask myself, is that worth using? Like 5%, that's like 2 hours of training. For example, right? But then if I put that on my mechanic would probably take more than 2 hours to level up, so it'd be better value for time if I put it on my mechanic. I think you can kind of treat it like that. Just definitely depends on like the time and effort. %, maybe less, yeah. So a mag pot on the 275 is probably not worthwhile, because you can definitely get better value on putting it on a mule if you have one. But if you don't have any better characters to put it on, yeah, just put it on your main. Who cares? But the mules matter less. Exactly. That's the problem. Like, it's an internal struggle. Do I give it to my mule to make the most out of it, or do I put it on my main because I care about my main more? And I think a lot of the time I would actually just still put it on my main. Right now though, because I'm not really working on my battle mage or my Xenon, I'll just chuck on my mechanic. One day my mechanic will come out at 250. And I'll have an extra buff duration block. One day. Transcendence definitely go on your main, yeah. Because you're trying to get to 280. That makes a lot of sense. The 280 is definitely worth more than a random level on a bossing mule a lot of the time. Brain's so big. I don't know about that one. You just haven't seen me run it down in Darknail. Yeah, I agree with you. Like, just comparing it to how long it would take me to grind. Is Merc 250 more important than Mech 250? I don't have a Mercedes, but if I had the choice to do a 250 Mercedes versus a 250 mechanic, it definitely just depends on the class. For some classes, I think the Mercedes, is it like cooldown reduction, is probably comparable in a lot of cases. I don't know actually. You'd probably have to do the math between the two, but I can imagine like the benefits of Mercedes versus mechanic to be pretty similar. How you like the Aussie breakdancer? Yeah, look. As somebody who's an enthusiast of like breakdance competitions, it's a bit disappointing. A bit embarrassing. I think I'm more upset at the fact that, like, a better breakdancer could have taken that spot. I think that's more of my issue with the matter. Especially after seeing the person who represented Australia for the male division. He was doing fine. It was fine. Alright? That's kind of what I expected of our athletes, you know? Whereas what was the name Ray Guns did? It's a little bit disappointing, especially knowing that I know for a fact that there are so many other talented breakdancers in our country. And it's a bit of a shame that that was what we had representing us. Yeah. That's what it is. Look, at the end of the day, what's done is done. But it's a bit of a shame. I would have liked to see somebody put up a bigger fight. Because didn't she score literally 0? Or something like that? Like, come on. If you're gonna go to the Olympics, come on, at least do better than 0. I saw a video later on of her, like, dancing during, like, the closing ceremony or something like that. And whatever she did in that video was, like, 100 times better than what she did in the actual event. And I'm just like, look, whether or not she's good at breakdancing, clearly she knows a thing or two. Oh, I don't know, it's a bit of a shame that was like the performance she put up, considering there's so many other people who could have made better use of that spot. She did a good job mopping the floor for the other breakdancers. What class do you personally enjoy the playstyle the best? So far, I've definitely enjoyed Battle Mage. The playstyle in bossing for Battle Mage is top tier for me. I love the fact that the teleport is so broken. And it can be used anywhere, at basically any time. That class is so versatile. It has... Like, one of the hardest things about MapleStory sometimes is that you do get yourself in situations where it's really hard to outplay. And sometimes the easiest way to get around it is just by pressing an iframe, which a lot of classes can do. I'm thinking like Hero, for example. Hero can play very aggressively because it has such a broken, short cooldown iframe. Battle Mage doesn't have an iframe, but it has a broken teleport, which means that when you get yourself into a situation where it's bad, you can just get yourself out of the situation, which is arguably just as good. That's what I really like about Battle Mage. And I think teleport, after playing with it for a little bit longer, dude, that teleport from Battle Mage, it's just a better flash jump, because you can use it mid-air. If you had a flash jump that was instant, and you were invincible during the travel time, you would say the class is broken, right? Think of it like that. Imagine if your flash jump, you were invincible during the travel. That's Battle Mage. Battle Mage's teleport you can use mid-air, and it just zips you straight across, right? So you're basically invincible during your flash jump. I don't know. That class basically is invincible the entire time during bosses. That's how I felt about it. Phenomenal class. And on top of that, now it has damage to back itself up. Its origin is one of the best origins in the game. Yeah, Battle Mage is good. It's a good class. Really, really enjoyed it. I think if I wasn't randomly motivated to make a Wild Hunter right now, I would probably keep going on my Battle Mage. But I'm pretty happy with what my Battle Mage has done, and I'm kind of having fun playing a new character too, so we'll see how far this Wild Hunter goes. I can definitely see myself going back to the Battle Mage though, definitely. The TP is an iframe. It's not an iframe, but it's more like the way that it functions. I'm basically trying to compare the jump teleport for Battle Mage versus other classes. If you want to go if I want to go from here to here, I can still get hit by things, right? During my flash jump. If a meteor falls on my head or the boss attacks or something like that, I can still get hit. Whereas Battle Mage's teleport is instant. It's basically like a flash jump with an iframe. Just think about that for a second. If your flash jump was like instant, got you to where you needed to be, and you can't get hit by like random things in between, that's just broken. Because most other mages can't do that. Most other mages, you have to teleport, you have to be on the floor. But Battle Mages can just teleport whenever. It's so broken. Such a gross mechanic. And that's why I think Battle Mages Definitely one of my favorite characters. That teleport is beautiful. At the end of the day, all the teleport classes have their benefits and cons, but Battle Mage has close to no cons because you can use it anywhere. That's the thing you have to realize. You can use it mid-air whenever, and you can do it 2 times. You can flash, you can up jump, you can teleport up jump, and teleport 2 more times. You have 4 jumps as a mage. That's crazy. And then you have E-Form on top of that, so you can never die. I can say with very high certainty that I probably would never have soloed Black Mage on 58 minutes in that little amount of attempts if it was any other class. I think if I was playing any other class other than Battle Mage, I don't think I would have got my Black Mage solo as easily as I did. That class is very good. And you can definitely tell that my Battle Mage hands do not translate very well because I just die out of Dark Nail all the time and die out of bosses randomly on my Xenon, so take that as you will. I think to some people, they were impressed that my run was 58 minutes and I survived the whole time, but I can promise you, if I was literally playing any other class, I probably would have died out. How do I link you almost dying out in Seren on stream? That's just me and Seren. I just die in Seren. Seren's a difficult boss, okay? For somebody who has a small brain like me. It's like moth to a flame. In Seren, it's just like, I see a big red circle, I'm gonna jump towards the big red circle. I just can't help it. Isn't BAM a support class too? It is definitely a support class. No duck TP? You can duck TP. It doesn't stop me from wanting to duck TP into it though. Alright guys, I got 15% in that half an hour. If I do another hour and a half, I can actually get to 50% and get to 250 today. Thoughts? But it's yellow. You think they'll stop me? Oh, droplet. Yo, I've saved so much money on these droplets on my my Wild Hunter. I've seen 13 droplets. Yo, 13 droplets? That's like what? 750 mil? That's value right there. Have I seen the 2.3 billion combat power TMS Battle Mage? I've talked a little bit about it on stream. I haven't seen the video itself, but it's been brought up a few times. Do you have a Lomian boss mule recommendation that's fun and unique? If you want unique, and in my opinion fun, Blaze Wizard. I really like Blaze Wizard. I thought that class was so fun. It is on the weaker side, but the gameplay of it is sort of unique. The fact that you can hit Damien from underneath when he's up in the air makes it a lot of fun. Like whenever he flies up in the sky, I will stay at the bottom underneath Damien and just throw my orbs up. That guy did XBM and XR in less time than I do my weekly bosses. I heard that he cleared Sea Gloom without Sea Gloom even opening. That is crazy. But the balls will kill you? Just dodge. You know, you just walk back and forth and throw the balls. It's not that bad. It's all good. But that's why when he said unique, that's what I thought. Because you don't usually stay underneath the boss just to throw orbs upwards. My marksman cannot aim up. Exactly. Isn't that broken? You're playing a character that can aim up. That's broken. Do you have any tips to get Primal Essence? Honestly, my only tip for Primal Essence, other than clearing Arcarium every day, is to clear harder bosses. Like the C10 bosses drop Primals pretty often. I know the advice sounds a little troll to say just go to do C10, but that's honestly where all of my Primals came from. Oh, no, that's kind of tragic. Oh, I need another 30. Yeah, I've actually failed a lot of these rare to epic upgrades today. I think I failed it like 5 times today. I haven't even done that many fams. All good. Okay. Oh, info. What's that? Ooh. HP for nearby allies. That's actually decent. I'm happy with that. And one more. 20 MP. Familiar to the pain of your progression right now? Yeah, it's just slow and steady. Like, I've done like a decent amount of epics so far. It's like, what, 20-ish epics or so? Nothing too interesting so far for me. I don't think any of them are like anything. I don't even have enough IED fams at the moment. Okay. I think I'll leave that at that for the time being. I am half tempted to just wait until I use this later, but we'll just hold this for now. Nope, not this one. I want to open my V matrix. We're getting there. Disassemble nodes. Okay. What else do I need to do? Let's quickly do Hyperion for the chance of the Dom Pendant before I forget. Do you have to clear black mage, green or blue dot to complete the lib mission? You don't need to. You can red dot, I'm pretty sure. And then you can still start your liberation. You only need to blue or green dot in the actual missions themselves. But the black mage run itself, you don't need to. Let's see if I can find a Gollux trade. How much drop are you rocking? I have 10 lines of drop. So I have 1 double drop here, and then every other one has drop as well. And then I have a regular drop fam. So that pushes me up to like 260? Oh, 280. Nice. So rocking 280 drop rate right now, without the other stuff. So what's that? 350 total. I do want to get a drop IA, but I don't really want to try to roll for it at the moment. But I think it might be worthwhile getting a drop IA. Would I train 230 to 240? Alright, 230. So you'll be in Arcana. I think if you were in 230, you'll probably train somewhere in this area. Probably like, I can see a lot of people training here at Forest of Earth. I think a lot of people also train in like these random ones up here. Frost and Thunder. I remember training here. Lower Path. Where did I train on my Wild Hunter? Ah, I trained my Wild Hunter here. This is where I trained my Wild Hunter. I wish I could give you a proper answer, but that's the truth. And then once I could, I trained in Shadow Dance Hall too. Yeah, I'm staying in Morass mostly for the fams, but at the same time, I'm trading there because it has some of the best rates in the area. I get 17 to 18,000 mobs cleared per hour in that area, so it's quite good. What's my ID looking like? 92, it's not bad. Oh. I think Mest is a little bit traumatized. I've never seen somebody slow down so much in a Golix run. How do you know if you've done your 5%? It's kind of you can kind of guess, but it was just kind of funny because last time he took me, accidentally put me to red. Now he's just taking it super slow. I don't know. Oh, I took his purple. I'm sorry. But thank you. I mean, I'm not going to complain about that. Got a reinforced belt. We'll take it. And more importantly, got coins. Coins are good. Your pots are expiring? I know. It's expiring in like 15 hours. 15 hours. Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on it. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're keeping an eye on it. I do need like these pouches. What are they called? Production bags? Mineral bags. Alright, surely this is the one that I'm looking for, right? So those go into production, but these don't go into... A lot of these go into mineral, right? And the rest probably go into production. Like all of these stuff go into production probably. Spending 100 mil for this, was it worth it? Probably. We love our inventory space. There we go. You can right click them, put them in the bag. No, it's just double clicking them. Okay. SCH2 worth it without burning? I'm not really there for the experience if that's what you're asking. I'm more there for the good rates, good kill rates, and good good enough EXP rates. Thought you had a production bag in the storage. I did? That's for the next character, it's all good. In case we get scrolls. That's so cope, no. I'm not gonna hoard spell tracers, it's fine. 100 mil wasted? Is it wasted if I'm using it? It's okay. Don't worry, what if I need it on other characters? What if I need it on other characters? Come on, man. Okay. Is there anything else that we need to do here? I don't think I've claimed this for today. Trait boost potion, hey? How do I check it again? I need to open my professions tab. Professions. Probably put it all into insight. Insight. I think we get one from here too. Nice. Why not craft stronger arrows? I think I have to go find the recipe. It might be on one of my characters. I vaguely remember farming them accidentally on another character. It's like titanium arrows, right? Time for you to open the box. Oh, good luck on your manga. You can taste the level 2 Soul Janus. Okay. What I'm actually going to do is get this to legendary. I want to get this line to legendary. Should have stopped at 20. Alright guys, what do you guys think of this? You guys think, worth it or nah? Saves a bit of money, but 2,000 coins is a lot. I feel like it's not worth it, right? I bought one because I didn't know what to do with my coins, but then I realized afterwards, it's probably better use of these coins. But then again, there's not really much here other than like buying these and then buying these. Yeah, because there's not much in it. There's one in the rewards. I think I've already claimed that one. I remember it being somewhat early. Maybe it was the other one? Yeah, I've already used that one. There's any black circulators here as well for that one. I mean, it's kind of right. It's not really much here that I would use my points on. Like, could just, yeah. I'm just gonna buy it. There's nothing really else to use it on. Okay. Legendary IA. Because I kind of want to circ for drop rate. I want 20 drop rate. Yeah, there's not really good stuff in there. I always forget that the new shops are kind of empty. They're a little bit empty. If I get 20 crit, I'm not going to complain. Alright, how many should we do? Where are they? Am I blind? There they are. Let's start with 10. I do want the drop rate, because the more I think about it, the more it's like, I know it's just cope, but it gives me an extra chance of getting, what do you call it? Dom pendants. I need Dom pendants. 50! That's crazy. I got excited. I saw so many yellow lines there. In before you get attack speed. I hope I don't get attack speed. It doesn't do anything for me. I'll just do 10 at a time. I think this will be worth investment. Because if you think about it, that's basically getting another accessory to Legendary, right? If you can consider that. 20 boss damage. I mean, it's pretty easy to roll for. I'll keep it, because why not? I rolled off 8% attack. Yo. Double value. 20 boss damage and 5. Isn't this they're just giving me the same, they get the same things, man. It's just boss damage with something else. Why not roll a different preset? The other one has 35 buff duration. 38 buff duration, rather. And my first one's my meso line. I mean, that doesn't really matter. These presets are like min-max anyway. 50 buff. Yo, where's my item drop? Maybe I should have bought 50. You can get the protective mask set, 5 of each mask. If I have spare slimes, because you can only claim 30 of them, then sure. Maybe the 50 miracle circulators was the tech. 50 buffs so you can cap at Zac? No way. No way. Alright, give us some drop rate. Top line drop rate, please. No. This is a big throwback to the first time I tried to get 20 meso on my jet back in the day. I remember spending like 3 or 4 bill on circulators, and I was just like, where's my meso obtained? Right, you know what it is? It's because I'm being too conservative. If I buy too many of them, it will give me it in the first circ. You guys ever feel that? It's like, I'm gonna go try to tear up something. You buy like 100 cubes, it tears up in the first one, you're just like, okay. Isn't Sunday 50% off? That's only for honor rerolls. Not for these. You know what? It would have been perfect if they swapped this around when it's like 20 crit and then... Yo, how hard is it to get 20% drop? Why do I feel like I'm getting low rolled here? Getting trolled. How much is it actually to get 20 drop? I feel like it's not that hard. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm also low-key rolling for crit rate. So it's not like a waste or anything like that. Let's just stop here. 700 mil. That's fine. I've seen crit legendary a few times, yeah. This is something I need to go for eventually anyway, so I'm not too fussed about spending on it. But let's cap it off here. Alright. Give us our item drop, please. On 20, not on 10. It's doomed. I'm never seeing item drop. Does anyone need crit rate anymore? Only the archers, really. Archers need it because they have vicious. Vicious gives you a lot of damage based on your crit rate. Do 10 honor resets. Are you crazy? That's crazy. I mean, it's a usable IA. I mean, I'm in no rush. Okay. I mean, I'll just farm it back anyway. I'm not too fussed about the money. Do I just keep trying? I feel like it's like sunk cost. Like, now that it didn't hit it makes me want to spend more, but probably not a good use of money, right? Alright, let's get rid of some of this inventory. What's your bossing IA look like? The bossing IA is actually doomed. I need crit rate. I need buff duration. And boss damage top line. The boss damage top line is not too bad, but the rest of it's pretty doomed. The rest of it is very, very doomed. Solid, cracked. 20% drop is big. It's probably worth going for. Alright, we'll just keep going. It's not like I'm saving for anything at the moment anyway. You're right. It's not like I'm saving for anything. We don't have any events. It's all training from here. Is this what gambling addicts feel like? If I knew there was a star forcing event, like, I would save for it. But right now, we're just kinda in limbo. Oh, no, wrong one. That's pretty good. Well, actually, no, we don't need that, actually. Not anymore. We have Meso IA. But yeah, if I had something to save for, I would be saving for it. That's pretty funny. No. Where's my item drop? Where's my item drop? Don't worry. I should leave a little bit in case I need to buy TP rocks, actually. I mean, I'm probably just gonna end up farming later anyway. I can't afford it anyway. Any predictions how Frenzy will be handled? I hope they keep it. Alright, just gotta be careful so I don't accidentally reroll anything. Somebody help me. Item drop, please. It's doomed, guys. It's doomed. Hexa totem. You got scammed for real? I got scammed. I spent 2 bill on Miracle Circulators, didn't see item drop rate. You know, in hindsight, I probably should have taken the 10%. Because that's more than what I would have had. Sell spell chasers. I mean, I'm not that fussed anyway. Okay. That being said, I should probably save a little bit to make my Abso weapon usable. I mean, I'll do my weeklies next week and I'll get money, so it's not that bad. Could have been 2 bill spent tapping on overalls. You know, if I spent 2 bill tapping on overalls, I think the overall gain on this account would be identical to what I just did. I'm gonna be real. I think that if I had tapped 2 bill on the overall, we would have achieved exactly the same thing. Except maybe we would have blown up a few fodders. So if anything, what I did was a little bit more productive, because I actually gained damage, because I got 20% boss here. That's not bad. Like, this is the boss damage is kind of whatever, but I got buff duration as well, which is usable for my class. I'm not gonna complain. That seems fine by me. So we actually did make a gain, 20% boss damage. Swan, it's gonna be okay. It's time for you to stop gambling on the boxes. That's what it is. That's the sign. Okay. I think though I might probably call it for the time being, because I am getting a little bit tired. How long have I been streaming? After yesterday, I've decided I probably won't be streaming as long as I usually do. That was very tiring. But I don't know. There's not really much I need to do. I guess I could farm on my Xenon, but who wants to watch that? Because I'm broke. Helps you farm 1 bill. Yeah. I think I might just take it easy. I'll probably just end stream here. And do some stuff on my Xenon off camera. Or something like that. I'd watch some fishing stream. Not the fishing stream. Guys, you guys gotta stop with the fishing. Not the fishing. I mean, if I'm just gonna farm on my Xenon, I'm just gonna kick back on stream, hey. Oh, I did the thing again, guys. I keep forgetting. I always forget to put my vac pets across. Every time. Fisher YouTube channel. Okay, let's put this vac pet away and this one. For auto steel gloves, should I give it after 12%? I don't even know much about auto steel, if I'm to be honest. I wish we got some emotes. Are you talking about emotes inside in YouTube, or? Because I do have some that were kind of old. I just need to update them. That's a work in progress. Not gonna lie, I'm pretty proud of my emotes. It's so funny that it kind of went full circle. What's your Legion? My Legion is 8.5k. My emotes kind of went full circle because those emotes have the little hat. It's like the archer hat, right? That you see on my... What do you call it? On my jet. So now my Wild Hunter's actually wearing that hat. 7 TV emotes? Yeah, I don't think they work on YouTube from my understanding. Need to change a few of my hotkeys here, because currently I am on dusk. I want dawn. I just press my Omega Blaster for fun. Yup, sounds good. Okay, there we go. Welcome to my AFK farming stream, guys. But yeah, I was just gonna chill anyway. It's just slowly getting money back. So I'm farming now. I'm just AFK. I still need to do my dailies on my Xenon. I was gonna end the stream and just do exactly this anyway. But I don't know if any of you guys are. If you guys are just gonna kick back, we'll just talk. Why not? I mean, Maple Story low-key is just talking. It's just chatting with something in the background, right? Low-key. Is purple good nowadays? I mean, red purple law is getting an axe. Must mean something for that color. Red purple law is quite good. So what I could do as well, I could even play that One Piece sim on stream if I really wanted to. Wow, but I don't have the latest version. I think if I had the latest version, I'd consider it. I was purple main when I was playing in OP, yeah. I got my first regional top actually playing purple, but it was red purple Luffy. If you can call it a regional top. So that's pretty cool. I have some prize cards from that tournament. It's a good time. My first top. I was so sad. I missed out on top cut by 1 place. I was 17th on one of the regionals. Unfortunate. Had a chance to play for the Shanks, but I did not make it. But yeah, if you guys are in stream and just chilling, feel free to hang around, but I don't think I'll be doing anything too interesting anytime soon. Just chilling now. Yeah, this is usually what I do in my downtime. Either playing other games. In this case, I'm kind of lazy to fish. I think if I was to play a game, I'd probably play One Piece. But I need to update the sim and I'm kind of lazy. Yeah, honestly, I had a few people tell me like, or ask me like, how do I keep my motivation up for this game? Because it is like, it is very grindy and it's easy to get burnt out, right? And a big part of it actually is just this interaction that I have with you guys in chat. Having something else to do or keep your mind on while you're playing Maple, I think it helps a lot. It's the same as RuneScape, I'd imagine, where like in RuneScape, you're kind of just doing the same thing, but having something else to do in the background or someone to talk to makes a big difference. And I kind of have that with you guys. It's kind of nice. So it's definitely a privilege. I always look back at my viewer numbers and I always am so surprised how many people are in my stream. You know, now that I think about it, I always kind of forget that I don't need to do too much on stream. My videos are like pretty decent when it comes to like active content. My streams don't always have to be active. Do you know what I wouldn't mind doing actually now that I think about it? I wouldn't mind streaming like One Piece TCG. Because I actually do like the game, I just don't have time to play it. Maybe that's something I can consider. What do you guys think? Maybe like a weekly variety stream. Maybe on Fridays or something like that. Do something that isn't MapleStory related. Obviously, there won't be as many people in my streams because obviously it's a MapleStory channel, but I think it might be fun to play other games. And you guys can watch me do other things than MapleStory. Wii Sports. I actually don't own a Wii, or at least not in my house. It might be at my parents' place, or maybe my sister took it. I'm actually a big enjoyer of the Super Smash Bros. Series. I really like playing the 64 version. Would you guys be interested in seeing me play that? I don't know if I'll be able to find somebody to play against, because the Australian community is quite small for that game. But I really like specifically the 64 version. I used to be pretty good at that game. Used to be. Nowadays I probably get pretty owned by the actual good players of the game. I wish I could find like this on my Wild Hunter. I'd do that in a heartbeat if I could just actually full AFK with decent rates. But it's kind of hard to pass up 17 to 18,000. 17 to 18,000 is too good. Ooh, almost leveled up actually. I could be 267. Your guild leader didn't assign guild skills? Pain. You know, that's funny that you mentioned that because I think it was on Thursday. I wanted to do some bosses and we didn't have guild skills and I was the only junior online, so I had to relog like 2 or 3 times. Okay. What aura are you on, Bam, most of the time? Do you swap to certain auras? When I'm training, I'm always in Gold Aura for max attack speed. When in bossing, I'm always in Dark Aura. I think that's what it's called, the damage one. Sometimes I will flick over onto Weakening Aura. Because depending on the boss, sometimes you phase the boss at a funny time. The boss usually has Weakening Aura because Aura Scythe puts it on it. But if you phase and then you don't have Aura Scythe up, you need to debuff the boss. So sometimes I'll go to Weakening Aura for a bit, put the aura, give them the debuff, and then swap back to Dark. Sometimes I would swap to Healing Aura. I think I've never really used it outside of Black Mage, but only then I used it during my solo. I didn't use it at any other given point on any of my bosses, to be honest. I don't think that the healing's that noticeable. But in Black Mage, sometimes you just need a little bit to survive certain situations. I'm thinking like mid FMA, the eyeballs on you, sort of thing. But even then, you don't really need Healing Aura. Does Gold Aura break cap? It does, yes. At least I'm pretty sure it does. I never really use the Dispel Aura, like the blue one. It comes up sometimes. Sometimes it can help your teammates, but the problem with the Dispel Aura is that it comes in cycles. So if you press it, you won't immediately get the benefit. You have to wait a couple of seconds. And a lot of the time, the debuff that's on you goes away in a couple of seconds anyway, so the Dispel doesn't really come up. What it's nice though is if you have the Dispel Hyper and you go into Aura Scythe, sometimes you just get a free cleanse, which is really nice. But it's never on purpose. I don't think I've ever gotten it on purpose. Yeah. Most of the time you're only flicking between 3 auras. It's just the attack speed, damage, and the weakening. Weakening is probably the most important one, but oftentimes it's already applied by your Aura Scythe. So you only need to go onto that aura if you change phases and you don't have Scythe up. I think the most common situation is I can imagine you like full bursting like Hard Lucid or Hard Lotus, like either one of those, and you get out of P1 and your Aura Scythe ends, so you just need to quickly debuff the boss. Got some more fragments. I don't really know what I'm trying to upgrade right now, actually. Oh, no, I need to get this to 4, I think. I might actually level today. I think if I do my hotel dailies, I might level. How much XP have I gotten so far? About 3%? I think I need about 30 fragments to get the next upgrade. Yo, I just got 2 right next to each other. Let's have a quick look, shall we? Well, this one, I need 30. Okay, not too bad. Almost maxed out on Soul Erda on this character too. That's going to be maxed out for a while. Yeah, the yellow aura breaks cap, which is pretty insane. It makes training on Battle Mage really nice. Basically always on a max attack speed. But sometimes training without max attack speed feels kind of bad. Depending on the class, that is, too. I didn't really feel it on my Xenon, to be honest. But I remember feeling that on my Corsair. When I was training on Corsair, not having max attack speed while training did not feel that great. Because sometimes your character lands on the floor and they're still stuck in the animation. I think because Xenon's attack is fast enough and the flash jump is high enough, I didn't feel like I was stuck on the floor. I remember also back in the day training on my hero, and I didn't like the fact that I didn't have green pot sometimes. You can definitely feel the difference for some training. Almost there. 97.5. Oh. Need to fix how creaky my microphone stand is. Every time I move it, it just creaks. Nothing a little WD-40 can't fix though. Or is it WD-20? Is there a difference? Or am I crazy? It's 40. Right? What's a WD-20? Am I mixing like a D20 dice? Probably. I did end dark instead. I am too much of a fraud. Don't worry, I did exactly the same thing on my battle mage. Get him next time. It's all good. We'll get him next time. For me, Rune of Skill. Alright. I think I should start a plan for the character now. I think that's enough random spending for the time being. I did actually really want that item drop though. So I'm kind of tempted to try to keep rolling for item drop. But at the same time, I don't like rolling with very little money. So maybe I'll just save up again. I won't fuss too much about item drop. And just save. Let's set a goal for ourselves for the Wild Hunter. What do you think is a good goal? 10 bill? 20 bill? What do you guys reckon? I think 20 bill is a good amount. But that's quite a long time. I think if I do finish all of my coupons, it's probably fine. Going for 200 drop, 110 meso. Oh, sorry, 100 meso. I have 120 drop and 100 meso. I have two hybrids that I got during double miracle time. Not on purpose. I don't think I will go for 200 and 100. It's a bit too hard. I was just talking about the IA. I spent 2 bill and I didn't get 20 IA. Or 20 item drop. A little bit tragic. Yeah, in terms of gear though, I already have 200 item drop on just the equipment. Not while I'm training though. There's 50 IA soon, yeah. I was just using miracle circulators. Because I also at the same time need crit rate for my Wild Hunter. Unique crit rate is very annoying to get. Yeah, that's alright. It's just RNG. You win some, you lose some. And I'd say overall my Wild Hunter has been definitely winning, so I'm not complaining at all. Yo, my vac pet's kind of gone crazy, guys. It's just running back and forth. It's just running across and then falling in the hole. You guys seeing that? But that's okay. I mean, I can farm most of it back anyway. My Xenon is almost done fully. I think I'll probably stop playing the Xenon once I hit 260 on the Wild Hunter, but it's gonna take a while. First Pinot clear on your mule and got a ring? Oh, congrats. Carnage Treasure's nice. Can always use that for drop gear as well, which is what I did. Somebody in my chat, I forget who it was, they were nice enough to take me Pinot and gave me the ring as well. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have full drop gear. Yeah, it kind of adds up. It was very nice of them to give me the KT. No drop rate, boss drop is the best feeling. That's what happened with my mechanic. My mechanic had like no drop rate, and he got a Dom pendant and a superior earring. Kind of crazy character in hindsight. I'm hoping to get a Dom pendant soon on my my Wild Hunter. I rolled unique crit IA on your Arcana just before the update. Funny you could like transfer IAs around. Do you ever use the Abyssal Lightning Teleport? Nope. Never. I don't even know how to use it, I'll be honest. Like, genuinely, I read that as part of the skill, and I never figured out how to use the teleport. Just press the skill again? I see. I've never used it. Talking about the KMS reboot knife to the back. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit. I think I've expressed my general sentiment about it. I'm not surprised. I'm just a little disappointed for the guys who wanted to play reboot. But in the KMS version, their reboot server was literally just reg server without trading. There was like no real incentive to play that server. So in that sense, it made sense that they're just going to change it into interactive. As somebody who likes playing sort of Iron Man mode, I think it's a bit of a shame, because one of the nicest things about the reboot and heroic server is that you can do your upgrades entirely off of Meso, right? I guess you can technically do that as well in reg server because you can sell your Meso, but having the Meso amplified here on heroic, and then being able to do all my own cubing, all my own star forcing, yeah, just everything. I really like that, and I'm a little bit disappointed for those guys who kind of missed out on it. All because some people got annoyed in the regular server, thinking that reboot was too strong. And unfortunately, like, we had the opposite treatment. Rather than them nerfing reboot, I think they're trying to just keep the power level the same and buffing the servers accordingly. And in KMS, they did it the opposite way around, where they nerfed the reboot server as opposed to buffing the reg server. So I think we should just be appreciative that they didn't nerf our server here. Just did. I'm just a big fan of them buffing servers to compensate as opposed to nerfing them to keep them balanced. Not sure if that made sense, but that's my opinion on it. Yeah, what it was is that they wanted to keep their reg server players happy. And because the reg server guys were like upset about reboot, they just did that as like what they thought was a fix. But I think, as it turns out, it's not really a reboot versus reg server thing in Korea. I think they treat the game very differently. So, yeah. I think we can't apply our perspective of heroic versus interactive in the same way they treat their reg server versus reboot server. I think it has more to do with like their account value and stuff like that, and people were not happy that you could reach a similar progression without spending any money, and then people were really upset about that. So it's a different like mindset completely. So they were, from the KMS developer perspective, I think they wanted to have the reg server guys maintain their value, but they didn't know how to do that through buffing. Because if you buff reg server too much, it devalues certain parts of it, and I think people were going to get upset about that, right? So rather than trying to figure out a good way to buff the reg server, they decided to do the opposite and nerf reboot. Effectively doing the same thing, but for the loss of the reboot guys. It's just that they treat MapleStory in a different way from how we treat it. I don't think we can apply like the same logic across the servers. It sucks, but what can you do? It's just different ways of playing the same game. Many servers got rid of reboot. Yeah. I think the concept of Iron Man is just not that popular outside of, like, I guess you can say Western games. So you can definitely see it in a lot of Asian games. There's a lot of like different pay-to-win aspects, and a lot of like gambling aspects and stuff like that. Whereas in the Western media, it's just not as heavy. And if there is like gambling aspects, it tends to be cosmetic. Now that I think about it, that's literally reboot, right? It's all cosmetics. I'm trying to think of like other Western games, and the first one that came to mind actually was like League and Counter-Strike. Maybe League's not the best example because you can actually buy champions and stuff like that with money. But like when it comes to skins and stuff like that, in Counter-Strike, it's kind of like that, right? Whereas I think I can imagine if there was an FPS game that was popular in Asia, I would not be surprised if they made it so then you could pay to get access to better weapons. I can 100% see that. Actually, no, that was the case, right? With what was the old Nexon FPS game called? Combat Arms? Was that not the case? Where like in Counter-Strike, you could pay to buy skins, for example, whereas like in Combat Arms, you could straight up just buy the weapon. It's kind of like that for MapleStory when you can try to compare our server with Korea. It's kind of the same thing. Which is why I kind of understand why they just killed the reboot server, but at the same time it kind of sucks because that... I don't know. I feel like Iron Man is such a fun way to play some games. I feel like it should still be a thing. It's a shame that like in KMS it's not really an option anymore. Is Hyperion reboot? Yeah, it's just another name for the reboot server. There's two different reboot servers. It's kind of like how regular servers, we have like Bera, Scania. We have Hyperion and Kronos. Would you Iron Man other games? I mean, I've always considered Iron Manning RuneScape. Again, I've harped about RuneScape a few times. It's just, I wish I liked the gameplay loop a little bit more. Just a little bit more. That's actually funny. While I do this and farm on my Xenon, I could actually play RuneScape. But I don't know enough about RuneScape. Another move could be to overbuff Reboot, rename it something else. That's what they kind of did for GMS. They just kept Reboot as it was and buffed the quality of life, made like changed some final damage numbers, stuff like that, right? They could have 100% have done that, but the whole issue was that the reg server guys were complaining about how easy it was to progress. And you know the old saying, you just talk with your wallet, right? A lot of the whales started selling their items and quitting MapleStory, and Nexon didn't like that, so they just did the easy fix. Rather than buffing and keeping good things, they just killed the problem. So they killed Reboot with the Meso nerf and a bunch of other things. Yeah, Reboot became 2 worlds. Yeah. Again, it's just a different mindset. Just a different mindset. I think that in general, when it comes to us from the West, we prefer to buff upwards. So if there's an imbalance, it's more fun to keep the strengths and then improve the parts that are weak, rather than the other way around. Whereas KMS kind of did the opposite, where like they saw there was an imbalance, and rather than buffing things up to improve the balance, they just reduced the thing that was good. Different approach to the same problem. Oh, I just finished my coupons. I didn't level up. Pretty close though. Might see if I can get another Legion coupon. Let's see, do I have enough to buy another one? I can probably just do the Legion raid, right? Where is it under? What's a good Abso glove and cape transfer candidate for Abso? You can use the ones from the like Rudibus shops and stuff like that. If you go to Chaos Rudibus, there's an NPC on the top right that you can buy fodders for. That's what I did. For the cape, there's not that many. I think cape you only really stuck with like Ranmaru and Hard Zakum. Oh sorry, Chaos Zakum rather. But for gloves, I'm pretty sure there's like an NPC that sells it. It might be Magnus even. It might not be Chaos Rudibus. You can definitely do that for shoulder, but you can definitely do it for shoulder and definitely do it for shoes. I feel like I'm mixing up where the glove is, but unfortunately I think cape doesn't have that many fodders. I like how in this room you can see which of my mules were absolutely neglected. I think the funniest one to me right now is this Hayato. That Hayato looks like it was created and then it got jammed to 200 and I didn't do anything for it. Probably true. It's probably exactly what I did. The BAM looks pretty noobish. It's true. That was part of the intention. I just like the beginner item. No, I lost my channel. All good. Just Hyperion things. You lose your channel, just go to the next one. All good. Do I have a 2x coupon here? I do not. No, that's alright. I'll just do wealth. All good. I'm mostly here for the money anyway. Xenon Farmer W. Actually makes pretty good money. And I get to farm fams at the same time. Node stones, fragments. I've actually got a lot of fragments today. Holy. Let's get this to level 4, shall we? Nice. Alright, let me have a quick look to see what is the next upgrade for me. Next one is Overload to 7. Need to get this to 7 now. As it turns out, a lot of people in my guild play RuneScape. I would not be surprised if a lot of MapleStory players play RuneScape. Ooh, level 267, let's go. 2 more levels. Two more levels and I can use the Transcendent pot on this character. And that'll get it to 270 and that should be good. But I get the feeling I won't be able to use the Transcendent pot on this character anytime soon. I might end up using the Transcendent pot on my Wild Hunter, honestly, to get to 260 a bit faster. Congrats on the level, thank you. We're just chilling. Doing our best. Any reason why you grind this instead of the Wild Hunter? I originally was doing this just because I knew it was close to leveling. But now that I'm leveled, I'm just using it as a farmer. I was just gonna end stream not too long ago, but I realized I was just gonna AFK on my Xenon. But I wasn't gonna really do anything, so I'm just here chatting. You know, we're having a good time. Here for a good time, you know. And this is a nice round way of saying this is what my my Xenon has been reduced to. When my Xenon's not bossing, this is what it looks like. Gave up on 250 today. I mean, the Wild Hunter farming is a lot more active than this, and this is just a good way to me just to get some money. I didn't want to press as many buttons. This one is absolutely the laziest thing that I can do for the amount of money it gives me. and revive your vac pet. Hopefully your Wild Hunter farming will be true after 260. It will. It will be. I already know that it will be. It's just, there's not that many places that give you good rates for lazy. Especially early on. If I want to get like the 17k, 18k rates that I'm currently getting, I gotta work for it, right? Which is fine, I don't mind it. But it's definitely not lazy. It's chill, but not lazy. Whereas this is like quite AFK in the most literal sense. When most of my work is just walking around looting and then placing a few summons, then doing nothing. I think my Wild Hunter will be very similar to that. I think even possibly on this map. I can see it working on this map. It's just a matter of finding it and making it work. And I would like to continue using these fams. These fams seem to be really good. Like very easy. I have a lot of epic fams of these librarians already on my Wild Hunter. So if I just keep them up, I'll be pretty happy with that. Because like, I've been here for like maybe 35 minutes, right? I've been here for 35 minutes. I have 400 mil. What did I do? Like nothing. Place down Fountain every once in a while. Yeah, because the placement is exactly the same. Janus is going to be here. Fountain on the left side. I just need to figure out to do it here. Can we get a go messed? Oh no, not messed. I feel bad for the guy, man. How did he get chat banned? That is so sad. Because he took me Gollux a few hours ago, right? And then somebody in the guild had to tell me, yeah, I'm chat banned. Can you tell him to go to channel 9? I was like, oh no, what did he do? Man, poor Mest. Actually such a nice guy and we're trolling him and now he's chat banned. Now can't even... I don't even feel good saying go Mest. Chat ban exists in MapleStory? Yeah, you'd be surprised. It doesn't take much for somebody to like not be happy with what you said and then they report you. And then suddenly you're chat banned for like 3 or 4 days. It happened to one of my friends, and they were trying to find out so many different ways to be able to communicate, and it's just not possible. It's not possible. I was banned for 1 week because of Bishop Puppy. Made MPE very hard. Made it. Dude, MPE is kind of tragic. If you can't communicate... Unplayable. Unplayable. The man himself. Only can communicate with emotes. Yeah. Reports are based off... Oh, sorry, chat bans are definitely based off of reports, because we know this as a fact. What happened was... There's definitely like some automatic things that can get you flagged, I can imagine. But I was in a party of like 4 or 5 of us, right? And one of them said something really stupid. Well, one of them said something really stupid. And then the next day, he was chat banned. So the only people... And he has said stuff like that in guild chat before, if that makes any difference, right? And he's never been chat banned, so it's obviously a report from somebody inside the party. And ever since that day, we found out that chat bans were like based off of being reported. Can I quote what he said? No, 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 no. That'll get me cancelled. But whatever it was, it probably wasn't even that offensive from what I remember. I've definitely seen people type worse in Smeggers. But it was just like something stupid, right? And then he got chat banned, and we were like, yo, we see so many worse things on Smeggers, and these people don't get chat banned. How did I get chat banned? And then one of them told us, oh yeah, I reported you as a joke. I didn't think it would actually cause you to do something. Like, they literally were like, I didn't think it'd do anything. As it turns out, if you report for like inappropriate comments or whatever it is, there's a chance you just get chat banned for like a few days. It was quite amusing for a few days though, because we would always say welcome back to the guy, and then and he just can't respond to it. I just thought it was goofy. Yeah. You'll definitely be surprised how easy it is to get banned or chat banned. Like, if somebody says something stupid in the Smeggers and you report it for inappropriate comment, there's a decent chance that that person will get chat banned. If you don't like something, or somebody is saying something a little bit too controversial, you could like genuinely report it, and there's a good chance to just get chat banned. Because it's not automatic. Yo, I'm getting so many fragments today. What's going on? I've been farming for like less than an hour. I've seen like 20 or something. Water check. Stretch. Oh. It's good to stretch. Have been sitting down for a bit. Wow, still playing? Can you really consider this playing? I've been like sitting around AFK for like a bit over half an hour. We're just chilling. I'm basically just sitting around, just hanging out with you guys for a bit before we have to make dinner. I'm looking forward to today's dinner. I really like what we're eating. What are your guys' favorite meals? Whether it be going out or making for yourself. What do you guys like? Ring because my money goes into MapleStory. Oh man. What time is it for you? It is 6:17 right now, PM. Triple stack Zinger box meal? You know, that does sound pretty good. I try not to have fast food for dinner though. Because what happens is I overeat really easily. Did someone say Macca's run? Nah, dude. I'll overeat. If it's fast food for dinner, I will always overeat and I'll feel like crap for like the next day. If I have I don't mind having fast food for lunch or in the middle of the night. Those are like good times because sometimes you just want to eat something, right? So like maybe at midnight I might get something like HSP or Macca's or something. But I would never ever finish the food. Whereas for dinner, I just eat everything that's in front of me. I have so little self-control. shouted by my guilty Amon. True. Man, how good is Soul Janus, guys? How good is it? Can't AFK like your Xenon can. It is a nice privilege of being able to AFK on a decent class. I think when I originally made the Xenon, one of the first things I was worried about was that I thought that this class was like a double jump attack sort of class. But it turns out it's only double jump attack if you want it to be. Congrats on 267, thank you. The Wild Hunter is currently 243 and I have 2 mag pots that are expiring in about 10 hours. Now the question is, am I, after dinner, going to raw dog that character from like 20% to 100%? That sounds like a lot of training and I don't know if I'm down for it. I don't even have the MVPs for it. I could do that to get to 250, but we'll see how it goes. But at the very least, it is 245. I have 2 mag pots ready to be used if I can't use it today. I mean, if I can't get to 244. I would like to get to 244, but I cannot. But right now, I'm just taking it easy. It's almost dinner time, so I'm just chilling. $260 without burning is annoying. Yeah, it's a little bit annoying, but it's not too bad. You lose out on the power leveling, but what you gain is a lot of money and a lot of farm familiars. Yeah, at 244 you unlock Moonbridge. That's why it's like, I don't hate it too much. I might end up using the mag pots somewhere else if I can find a good rotation for Moonbridge. We'll see what happens. I'll be at least 245 though. If I can find a good rotation that's pretty AFK for my Wild Hunter that gives 17k plus rates, then I will probably do that. Another 9-hour stream? No. That was a bonus for you guys. I can't do those long streams too often. I'll get very tired. Actually, after that like 9-hour stream, I could feel my voice being a little bit hoarse. Like towards the end of the stream, I could hear my voice sounding different. It got worse progressively throughout the day because I was just talking a lot. And I don't usually talk for that extended amounts of time. So I just gotta be a bit careful. I need to talk a little bit softer, so it's a little bit gentler on my throat. Because I think I was just talking too loud for the entire time. Sometimes I can't tell how loud I am. Rehydration? I literally just sipped out of my cup. Actually, I'm curious to ask you guys here. Is it just me, or are Viet people just loud? Because I know for a fact that I talk quite loudly. My sister talks quite loudly. My cousin talks quite loudly. And one of the mechanics that I know who's Viet talks really loud as well. And I wonder if it's... I don't know, all the loud people that I know, they're all Viet. Obviously I'm biased because of my family, but compared to a lot of the people that I've met, we talk really loud. And I got told off a lot for it. How many masks have you got? On this character I have 13. It's just Asians. It could just be Asian. But obviously, like, I hang around with a lot of Australian guys, not necessarily Asian, right? And I can't really tell. A lot of the guys a lot of my friends who are Chinese, for example, I don't really talk to them. We don't hang out as much in person. It's all online, so you can adjust everyone's volumes. You can't really call somebody loud based on how they sound online. Just an Asian thing. I'm Viet? Yeah, I am Viet. It was so funny. One of the first few times that I mentioned that I was Vietnamese in stream, there was like 10 Viet guys just came out of nowhere and just started talking in Viet in my chat, and I was just like, guys, come on, man. It's like only you guys can trust me. As an Asian, I'm loud. The guy in one of you guys here are you farming with me? That's so funny. This guy hits me with, trust me, as an Asian, I'm loud. I'm not gonna lie, one of the funniest things whenever I stream is definitely seeing you guys in my maps and like you guys not saying anything until I bring up something and you guys just randomly comment on it. That's gotta be like random highlights on my stream. Oh, that's funny. But yeah, I don't really have like a Viet accent or anything like that, being an Australian, and I've worked with a lot of Aussie guys, and my accent has definitely like kind of devolved heavily into Australian as opposed to like a Viet English accent. I don't know if you guys can will understand what I mean by this, but there is definitely a Asian Australian accent that people have. When I hear people talk for the first time over Discord or something like that, I can almost guess which suburb they live in based off of their accent. Just if I know that they're Asian, I can almost guess which suburb, because a lot of different suburbs have like a slightly, ever so slightly different accent, and you can hear it. You can absolutely hear it. I don't have that accent. It's just so, my accent is so white for an Asian guy. Not trying to be racist, but a lot of Viet guys, Chinese guys in their native language is super loud. Yeah. I can see that. I was just curious to see if it was like a Viet specific thing or if it was just like a cultural thing. I mean, if a lot of people are saying like Southeast Asian or Chinese people are also loud, it could just be a cultural thing. We're just all loud. So worth coming back to the game after a long time, pre-Big Bang, Old Maple, EMS, I mean. The game is completely different. You gotta go into this game realizing that the game is very, very different from what it was pre-Big Bang. The art style and the general gameplay is very similar. Like the gameplay loop of like killing mobs and, you know, getting EXP, that hasn't changed really, but the progression, getting stronger, a lot of those things have changed a lot. I think right now is a decent time to start if you want to play Maple again, but I wouldn't go into the game expecting it to be like what it was pre-Big Bang. It's very different. Filipino were horribly loud. Alright, I guess it's just all of us. Yeah. I try to be a bit careful with my volume because I know that I can get pretty loud. It's not, might not be so obvious on stream, but I try not to be too loud. You know what actually helped a lot, me adjusting my volume? Like whenever I edit my videos, I obviously have to listen to my own voice, right? So I can adjust. I know how loudly I speak into a microphone, and because I know, I don't need to speak much louder. Probably doesn't help as well. A lot of people probably have things like noise cancelling headphones, or they can't really hear themselves that well. It can be a bit difficult to like tell how loud you are. Oh, thank you Only for becoming MVP Bronze. I appreciate that. Welcome. If you guys haven't already, it's a good time for me to put back in the Discord. I do have a public Discord for you guys if you guys want to join and hang out, or if you have questions and things like that. I try to be active. Obviously, I won't be too active while I stream, but if you guys want to join the Discord, feel free. Okay. Pretty good money. 550? 500. Oh, 580 mil. Nice. Next 5 minutes I probably get like another 50 mil or something like that. Slow down. You don't want a carpal tunnel. I mean, this is about as slow as I can get. Doing nothing. On this character, I'm not moving. Place down some summons and I'm good. When I was training my battle mage, actually, I did have some wrist problems. Because I had a very specific goal for a period of time where I was 270 something. And I really needed to push levels to get my black mage clear. And when I was training that, I definitely like injured myself. And I had to take it easy for a bit. A bit of an ambitious goal. It turned out okay. I just needed to be a bit careful. Can't believe you got 3 bossing familiars already? Yeah, me too, honestly. This character's kinda crazy lucky. Where's your fishing? Maybe not today. Not today. We're just chilling here. And it's probably like dinner time somewhat soon. We'll see. But yeah, this Xenon at least is like basically done. I'm pretty happy with where it is. I think I can do a few more upgrades to make it comfortable. Because right now it is also getting a lot of event buffs. Where it's getting like 40 boss damage, some attack, 40 IED, all that sort of stuff. If I can get a few more upgrades in on this character, I'd be pretty happy leaving it as it is. Because I tried to do V-Healer this week. Hard V-Healer, and I got the clear in about 20 minutes or so. So without the event buffs, it's probably going to go to like 25 minutes. So if I can have a 20 minute V-Healer without without the event buffs, that'd be ideal. The Roger's secret is kind of broken. What's the effect again? I think it's like if you or your opponent is on 0 life or something and they use a blocker, they lose. Something crazy like that, right? Sounds pretty good in like red-purple. Red-purple Luffy. How's the suffering on the Xenon? It's nice. I got it. I transferred over my 19-star Carnage treasure that I had. And so the suffering is now 18-star. Then I gave it a legendary pot. And now it's all good. Getting another 30% ID and 30% boss damage is really huge. Especially because it's basically for free, right? I didn't really have to do anything for it. I think for me, the only main upgrades I can think of are maybe improving the gloves. I think if I had a few more spares, I'd be pretty happy. But currently I only have 1 spare. If I could get the... I think the main things that I would like to do is get my Slime Ring to 21, Dom Pendant 21, Twilight Mark 21. There's like a few items that can go 21 that I would like to push. But for now though, I need to invest a lot of my resources into my Wild Hunter. So I won't be able to do that anytime soon. We'll just have to see how the meta evolves. Does seem pretty interesting though. Okay. This is luxury right here for training. The only thing that I'm lacking right now is Legion coins. I won't be able to farm so much because I want to need Legion Lux soon. Looks like this is going to be the last cycle. Then I might actually take it easy. How come when I AFK my Janus doesn't attack? It's because I have these little rockets here. If you watch my character, whenever I get hit by a mob, it'll shoot out a rocket. You see those rockets that are flying out? That triggers my Soul Janus to go off. It's the same for Dusk. Whenever I get hit, it'll proc these rockets and the rockets will cause Dusk to go off. I think other classes have things that can make it to cause it to go off, but yeah, for Xenon it's very easy. Xenon just needs to stand still. Stand still in a nice spot where a mob will always spawn, and yeah. I think coincidentally the way that I place my summons, these rockets actually clear mobs that my summons usually wouldn't hit. Okay, made 650 mil from that. Pretty good. Alright, let's round things up. I'm gonna finish some of my other dailies, and then I'll probably end my stream after that. I used to have a rotation here with Soul Janus, Dawn, but I found out that Dusk can just clear everything for me. Pho or Thai beef noodle soup? I don't think I've had Thai beef noodle soup that often, so I don't really have like a strong preference for it. In all honesty, I don't really like pho that much either, but that's mostly because I had it so much when I was younger. My mum used to make it very frequently, and I kind of just had it a little bit too much. I had it a little bit too many times, so I'm not that big of a fan of pho either. Pho or bún bò Huế? Probably bún bò Huế. I prefer that a little bit more, just because I didn't have it as much as a kid, and I also Omega Blasted in the middle of nowhere for no reason. Yep. Do I like ramen? I do like ramen. I like pho and other noodle dishes. I don't hate pho. I think specifically pho, because I've had it so much, the flavor profile of that sort of noodle dish, I'm a little bit too familiar with, so it doesn't taste great to me. Whereas like a lot of other noodle dishes, they don't have that same flavor profile, so I do like other noodle dishes. Probably ramen if I had to pick though, between pho and ramen. Are you Viet? Yes. That's why I had it at home so much. My mum used to like making that very frequently. Like there would be some weeks where I would have it like 3 or 4 times in a week. And I don't know about you guys, but eating the same thing 3 or 4 times in a week, you'll get over anything. Doesn't matter how good it is. Yeah. Yeah, the same chicken and rice every day for bodybuilding prep purposes. Yeah. I mean, if you were eating the same thing for specific purposes, like for you bodybuilding, I guess you could at least, you know, kind of mentally prepare for it, where you know what you're getting into. But I think when I was younger, just as a kid, right, you don't really have an option. Like you either eat it or you don't eat anything, right? And because of that, it's not like I had an alternative. I had to eat it. It was the only thing. And then you kind of just get over it. It's just like, again. There's a few other foods where I have the same feeling. Durian is one of them. Specifically, durian sponge cake. That was something that my parents and a lot of like family members would have as like the celebration cake Doesn't matter what it was, you know. Could be like some kid's birthday, some family member's birthday, whatever it was. It would always be durian sponge cake. And it's like, I don't mind it. I don't mind durian as like a fruit and as a flavor. I honestly don't mind it. I know a lot of people don't like the smell or whatever. I was pretty impartial to it. But I just ate that so much. And I think about 2 or 3 months ago, I went to a party that served durian cake. And I was like, you know, it's been a long time. It's been like 20 years since I had it. I bit into it. I was like, nah, still can't do it. It still tastes like disappointment from like 25 years ago. I just had that way too much as a kid and I just got over it. I can't have it. Every birthday party? Yeah, Rich, you know it. You know it. Egg plus titcar. That is a classic. Actually, that was one that my mum actually made quite frequently that I always ate. I had that a lot. And I don't know. I did not get sick of that. Which is kind of surprising considering how I really didn't like pho. But I also had that like relatively frequently. Maybe it was because it wasn't 3 times a week. Probably like maybe once a week at most. Even then, once a week is... It can get repetitive, but I liked it. I think it's the saltiness of it. Whereas pho is like not as salty. I could like see myself eating ramen pretty frequently because I like the saltiness of it. But I think even with ramen, after like 3 times a week, I'd probably get over it though. Almost done here with our dailies. The guys in guild are gonna buy durian cake to celebrate my birthday. What a great guild I have, guys. Thank you. Cannot believe it. What a privilege. Alright. Last map. I think that's all the dailies then, after I get this one done. I think I should be able to full clear by standing here. Looks pretty good, if you ask me. And I think after I finish this daily, I would actually end my stream. Because I am actually getting a bit tired. I'm gonna open familiars on stream. I have been on my Wild Hunter. My Wild Hunter has... I've opened like probably upwards of 20 epics so far. I haven't gotten anything so far. I haven't gotten anything yet. I have seen a few medium HP fams, which is fine. I have at least one IED, like 15% IED. I have a medium drop. Yeah, but nothing too impressive with it yet. So yeah, we're just being slow and steady here. I am only at level 240, so I can't really expect too much. Okay. I think that's it. Nice. Okay. getting pretty close to maxing my arcane symbols on this character as well. Yeah, look at that, guys. Almost maxed on some of them. How exciting. I think my Esfera is almost done, actually. I could honestly do the little mini game, and Esfera might actually be maxed either today or tomorrow. Then that's just one less daily I need to do. Huh. That's pretty good. How many characters do Arcane Daily Rivers on? Just one. Oh, sorry, two, sorry. Two. For Grandis, I only do one. I haven't done anything on my Battle Mage for a while. Let's have a look. Oh my god, Sacred Symbol. Honestly, I can probably just do Cernium. I don't even really want to do Arcus anymore. How much do I need here? Is that 45? No, a little bit 40. I can actually get this done now. I mean, it costs a bit of money to upgrade the symbols, but who cares? I think if I finish this, I'm actually done with it. You're still clearing BM on your BAM? Yes. I'm just clearing it as a party right now, though. I'm not soloing it. Soloing is too difficult. One time is enough for me. One time is enough. Do not need multiple Black Mage solos. It was already stressful enough with one. So I just clear it in the party. And the party takes like 10 minutes and I'm happy with that. My combat power, should I try solo normal lucid? You could probably give it a try anywhere between 5 and 10. Oh, sorry, 10 and 15, I'd imagine. Feel like most players could reasonably solo anywhere between 10 and 15. Because I think at 5 to 10 you could realistically try E-Lucid, so 10 to 15 feels about right. Although that being said, just keep in mind that you don't really get too much out of clearing normal Lucid. The main thing that you get is the droplets, right? That's the main thing. If you don't really care for the droplets and you just want money, it's kind of hard to recommend doing hard Lucid. I mean, end Lucid. To solo hard, very class dependent. I think that most classes could probably solo at about 30. If I had to guess. Again, I'm kind of just basing it off my experience with my Battle Mage, and I don't know if my Battle Mage is a good indicator. Oh, a little bit too high. Okay, I think my sphere is done, guys. Is that it? Am I free from Asphera? Yes, I am. We're done. Just another 18 more days or so, and then I get to finish the other ones. Okay, that's level 1. I'll drop that. Nice. So only a few more days, because I also can... What is it? I get 45 from the daily, so it's probably like another 15, 16 days, and I'm done for good with these ones. But yeah, I think that'll be all though. Let's just put everything away. I farmed like 600 mil and 300 of it went into my Xenon. All good. Okay. Anything else? That's probably fine. Anyway, I think that'll be all for today, guys. Thank you guys for joining me on today's stream and keeping me company through all the grinding and all the other stuff. Decent amount of progress. Our Xenon is now 267 and the Wild Hunter is basically 245. I'm just going to decide whether or not I want to push for 250 tonight, or I'll leave it for another time. Hopefully you guys all have a wonderful day, and yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Oh, actually, before I fully close, if you guys have been following my Wild Hunter series, the latest video will be out in about 5 hours. So if you guys were looking forward to that, that'll be out at the end of today. But yeah. Take care, guys, and see you next time.